Hello. Hi. It's me. I've been wondering, after all this time, you'd like to meet, or whatever Adele said. We are literally so live right now. I could not possibly be more live. Hey, everybody, I'm back. I mean, to be fair, I wasn't really gone for that long, but it felt like a long time for some reason. Something about streaming just makes time, like, speed up in, like, a really crazy, bonkers way. But, yeah, I felt like I've been gone for literal weeks, and it hasn't been that long. But I'm glad to be back. Y'all know I had to come and save the internet during Pride Month. You know I had to do it. I was looking around at June, and it was already starting off wonky. People were not coming into this with the right energy. But don't worry. I'm here to... How come the chat is, like, cut off on the right side of the screen? Not me coming back to technical difficulties. Okay, wait. Hold on. I can fix this probably. Maybe. Filters, crop off. Okay. No, it's still bad. Oh my god. Everything is like... Chat, nothing is aligned. I'm gonna cry. Okay, wait, hold on. There's so much text on screen right now. Filters. I think something is maybe wrong with the actual... How did this change between me leaving and coming back? This is so odd. I don't understand that. Okay, hold on. Take two. Let me refresh the cache. Oh man, chat. Oh man. Look, if push comes to shove, I can just turn it off and figure it out next time, because I don't think it has to be that big of a deal, frankly. I'm coming back into this for good vibes. Only good vibes. Yeah, I'm a little lost on this one. Filters, crop off. Yeah, I'm gonna turn it off for now. Okay. Don't worry. All of you are still here. I can still see all of your messages. Someone said, I need ice cream, and I agree. Me too. Someone said, username jump scare. I know there were so many usernames on screen. That's low-key why I have it set up the way that I do. Or I have a lot of reasons for why I don't display the usernames, but part of it is just it's literally too much information on screen, and I get overstimulated. Streaming is stimulating enough as it is, and you gotta do what you gotta do out here. But anyways, hey everybody, if this is your first stream, by any chance, is this anybody's first stream? That would be a really funny one to catch me on. If it is, I'm happy to tell you what the dealio is. The first 30 minutes or so is exactly what you're getting now, which is just a yap session, me literally talking about whatever. And then around the 30-minute mark, that's typically when we get into today's topic. Someone asked me if I've done 100 Mile May. I'll get to that. Those are the kinds of things that we talk about beforehand. Literally just me yapping about random stuff. But yes, today's topic is about Pattie Gonia, who is a drag queen. I won't lie, chat. This is one of those situations that feels as though it was created in a lab. It was literally made in a lab specifically to have people talk about it on the internet. Because during Pride Month, you have a drag queen and environmental activist being sued by an outdoor apparel company over a long-reaching copyright infringement dispute. And it's kind of fascinating, kind of frustrating. There's a lot going on and a lot of mixed opinions. People saying, oh, of course, obviously, we side with this person. No, we side with the corporation, which, spoiler alert, I don't think siding with a corporation is ever a good idea, even if they're right, as you're going to see. But yeah, there's a lot to get into, and we will get into that. When we get into that, someone said free Pattie. On God. But yeah, overall, though, I am excited to talk about random things before that. First, let's talk about 100 Mile May. 100 Mile May. Let's address the elephant in the room. At the beginning of last month, I told everyone that I was working on a personal challenge in which I was going to try to run 100 miles during the month of May. And I'm happy to admit or tell you, I don't know why I'm dragging this out. I did 116. And that's on period. It was 116 miles. Now, if you're like, I'm sorry, D'Angelo, you're so American sometimes. We still love you despite it. No, we don't. I'll explain this in normal person units. 116 miles to, I don't know, kilometers. Yeah, okay, great. So I ran 186 kilometers in or last month, which I think was really great. Just kind of spread out over various days. I was averaging like 25 plus miles a week, honestly, and it was fire. It's not really that much or like something bad has happened in my brain where now that I've done it, I don't really feel like that was that much running at all, because I'm just like, I definitely could have done more. But the thing is, you should not like randomly greatly increase your weekly mileage. So I am doing it correctly. You should just slowly work your way up. So maybe 100 works this month and you can do insert some other number. I'm not here to give you exercise advice or anything like that. But yeah, this month, I think I'm just looking forward to definitely at least matching that, but probably increasing my weekly mileage even further. I have like a few new targets, which have been really exciting, but yeah. And I signed up for a half marathon, which I'll be running in October. So yay. Someone said, don't downplay it. It's true. I should not downplay it. I did great. Let's just address that. I did fantastic. There were days when I didn't want to do it and I did it anyway. There were days when I was too tired, and you know what I did? I didn't run. Actually, I didn't injure myself. I've realized now that I've done the challenge that that is actually the more impressive part of it. It's not just the fact that I ran, because that's cool, but I think the fact that I did mileage that was a lot higher than anything I was used to without actually injuring myself because I was being smart about it, that's the part that I'm actually really proud of. And I feel like it's helped me a lot with like building up my base. So this month I can focus on maybe more specific kinds of running workouts and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't have to be scared anymore. Like, if I have to run 25 miles this week, is that going to be a problem? No, because I've been doing strength training and stuff to try to make my legs and knees not awful. And it's working. Yay. Someone said, where have you been? Dog, I've been like nowhere and everywhere, which is an incredibly vague answer, but I've mostly been home, but also I did go to the beach. Somebody said, guys, can you see chat on screen? Because I can't. Sorry, chat. While I was gone, for some reason, something has reset with my chat settings, and it looks visually very off. So I'm going to have to fix it. And then chat will be back by the next stream. Don't worry. But you're still here. You can still talk to me. If you say something, I'll see it. Probably. Maybe. There's a lot of you typing all the time. But yeah, essentially the timeline of what happened is that I had the water damage scenario in my apartment, which I just, even thinking back about that is still so annoying. I'm very lucky and fortunate that it's been 100% taken care of. We're fine. We're good. But after that, I tried to jump immediately back into streaming. Was anybody there for that? The stream that I did where I was like, hey guys, I'm back. As soon as we turned all the fans off, I literally turned the stream back on, sat down and did a video about, I actually don't remember what I talked about, but that wasn't even the big deal. Dude, honestly, my energy was super off and I was so exhausted, and I was just coming off of 48 videos that I had put up in just the first half of the year. The first half of the year is still not even over. And I realized that I don't think that that was wise. It wasn't shaping up for a good time. So I actually took some time off intentionally and I chilled, and I did not pay too much attention to the internet. And I also took a little brief beach vacation in the middle of that, because I like to go to the beach not in the middle of the summer where there's a bunch of people there. An empty beach, fantastic. And that's where I did. You are here in an accepting space. I mean, honestly, I don't even like... Hear me out. Hear me out. I like the term safe space because these are important spaces to create, but I don't even like designating my space as a safe space. I just like being so absurdly and inextricably linked to queerness just by existing that my space has to be a safe space. You're fine. You're gonna be okay. I'm over here live as a non-binary man being a everything. And we here, gender, no thanks. Sexuality, I don't have one of those. So I'm very happy this June. It's fantastic. It's great. It's wonderful. Reading chat. People are saying I'm muted. Are they trying to mute me during if you mute me in the beginning of June, you know what that is, right? Hold on. I don't want to have to say it, but I will say it. Let me make the little note in case people can't hear me. Do. Oh, I have one saved right here. Refresh the page. Refresh the page. If you can't hear it, I can't fix it. Okay, great. Refresh the page. It's possible that or it's very likely YouTube's fault. It's not your fault, but it's also not my fault in this specific case. Even though it often is when it comes to technical difficulties. Someone said, were you silent or silenced? Exactly. Someone said homophobia. Exactly. Yeah, no, sorry. My audio, YouTube cutting out my audio as I was actually trying to wish everyone a happy Pride Month. Yikes. That's all I have to say about that. Anyways, all jokes aside, yes, I'm very glad to be here and queer and whatever. I don't know, dog. The specific words we use to describe it are great and I love them, but also I'm just trying. I'm so tired. I'm happy. Like is anybody low-key going into this Pride Month tired? Not tired of us. I'm not tired of me. I'm not tired of being myself. I'm not tired of my fellow homies in the community or even the people supporting us. I think I'm just tired. I'm generally exhausted, and I feel like the only person I need to celebrate right now is myself for waking up and trying, and also my homies. Which is a very fluid term right now. My homies would extend to all of you. But yeah, beyond that, I'm not here to actually do any sort of extra work. Sorry. My bad. Someone said, I think we're all really effing tired. How much rollback can we handle out here in these streets? Yes. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm never going to get so tired that I'm finna capitulate, right? And just be like, oh, I give up on fighting for rights. But I reserve the right to be a little eepy this June. Sorry. Someone said it's been a long year. Dog, 2026 has been a long year. And what do you mean it's not even halfway through, though? Like, what do you mean? But that's okay, though. We still out here. We will continue to be out here. Also, I had a really bad idea, chat. I had a terrible idea. That you have to know, I'm giving you a disclaimer before I even explain it. That's how you know it's bad. You have to know that there's only so much best I can do. I certainly usually do my best, but actually sometimes I make wrong decisions on purpose. And I want to watch the new season of Love Island. I don't think that I should. I know that I shouldn't. I don't think it's going to edify me. I don't think it's going to contribute positively to my life or my soul or my spirit, especially based off of the things that people say about that show. It's just, what you may not know is I have people in my life who do watch Love Island. It's been happening for a while, right? Like, such a long time. And every time it rolls back around, they start kind of talking to me, the person who hasn't watched it, and they're describing it. And it's like, I feel like I've been influenced. the influencer has been influenced by my friends, and I'm just like, maybe I should just watch the new season. Just go in, no real concept of, like, I obviously know the concept of the show. It's an island, and I would assume that love is involved. So I feel like I know everything I need to know, and I'm just going to go in and be like, okay, eyes open. What's going on here? Someone said messy TV every once in a while is peak. Exactly. Someone said peer pressure. Very much I have been peer pressured into watching Love Island, and I don't love that, but I'm probably still going to do it. Also, I'm on the last season of my Schitt's Creek rewatch, and I'm sad. I'm sad. Especially, too, because this season, the last season is so, like, delightfully focused on Moira Rose, aka Catherine O'Hara's character, and I don't know, she's having like all of these really big final feeling moments and stuff like that, and I'm just like, What happens essentially is like I'll watch the episode and then I get happy, and then the episode ends and then I get sad. And so it's okay though. It's still a great show. And I have to say it's held up really well. Sometimes I will rewatch a show that I really liked and then I hate it. And I'm like, wow, I actually had no taste or something. Or maybe I've grown as a person or regressed, but this isn't funny anymore. But no, Schitt's Creek is absolutely still funny. It's great. It's fantastic. Some say any recommendations? I watched 2 new movies, like very new movies, chat, as in they literally just came out within days. I watched Backrooms and I watched I Love Boosters. I feel like probably almost all of you have heard of Backrooms. Hopefully some of you have heard of I Love Boosters, but you know what? Let's start with the one. So A24's Backrooms, a horror film exploring the liminal space construct that is the Backrooms, proudly directed by, I guess, the youngest person to direct an A24 movie, Caden Parsons at age 20 and all that stuff. Yeah. I didn't care about any of this. I just think that the Backrooms looks cool. And I like the liminal space aesthetic. So I was like, yep, I'm going to go watch this in theaters. And you know what? I'm glad I did. Okay, so listen. I don't even have mixed feelings on this one. My feelings are largely positive. The aesthetic visually of this movie, in my opinion, completely justifies a watch. Usually, I'm not somebody who believes that a movie just being pretty enough is a reason to watch it, because I feel like all movies should be pretty or ugly if that's the intention. But I swear to God, it just looks so nice. Like, nothing that is currently on my screen indicates how immensely cool it is to just see you like descending into the rooms and all the weird, like, dreadful, just, I don't know, it's so oppressive and yellow, and you can hear the awful electronic hum of everything, and it really does make you feel like you're in the back room. Someone said, no spoilers, please. Don't worry, there won't be. I'm not here to spoil it. Here's what I will say. And I don't think this is spoilers, and I don't really think this is me like crapping on the movie or whatever. It was very sparse, story-wise, and that's fine. I don't think the film was trying to make any big points. It certainly was making interesting points about a few key things, but just know that this is mostly a vibes movie. I do believe, like, if you want to analyze it on a level deeper than vibes, there's stuff there about, I don't want to tell you what I think the themes are, because then that is kind of spoilery, but yeah, there's not that many characters, there's not much going on, it doesn't really cover a big period of time, but I don't really demand that from my horror movies, so I wasn't disappointed. I will give this a solid enjoyable. Maybe I would have enjoyed it more if it had done even more on like a thematic level, but overall a solid watch. Someone said it felt like all the plot got backloaded for maybe a sequel. Yeah, definitely not super big on the plot that we got, but I feel like it was enough for the movie that it was. Does that make sense? I feel like even though I was like, oh, okay, that was kind of in and out, like them going into the back rooms. I also did feel that it was like, it was just fine. and unpopular opinion, I would low-key rather movies stay small than get too big. One of my biggest pet peeves, honestly, watching a lot of films is when I enjoy a concept because it's a very low-key thing, and then by the third act they go super crazy bananas and there's like a massive complete upheaval of everything we thought we knew about the movie and universe and how it was working, and I'm just like, but I was okay for just a slow burn, low-key. So I actually kind of like that the movie remained in its little space. Someone said, was it frightening? It was unsettling. It wasn't scary to me. I wasn't like jumping or anything like that, and I wasn't like scared of the things that I was seeing, but it's not like fun. It's very tense, and there's parts where you're just like, no. I can't go into any more detail than that, but yeah, I don't think it was going for scary. It was definitely going for unsettling, and it 100% achieved it. All right, second movie. I watched a film called I Love Boosters. Oh my God. I just Googled it and I can't even show you all the pictures because some of them are crazy. Anyways, okay. Hold on. I'll just pull up a poster. Okay, there we go. So low key, Keke Palmer, Naomi Aki, Taylor Page, Poppy Liu, Asa Gonzalez, Lakeith Stanfield, Will Poulter, and Don Cheadle and Demi Moore. Crazy cast. Y'all, the cast was stacked. I was like, I hate to be just such a blatant consumer, but I was like, I'm gonna watch this just based off the people who are in it. I really like a lot of these people, specifically Keke Palmer. I think is one of the coolest people currently in Hollywood. Everyone here, though, for the most part, is pretty great. And so yeah, this is not a horror movie. This is like a a comedy adventure. Okay, we'll go with that. So Google describes this as a comedy adventure film, and it follows a group of boosters, also known as shoplifters. Basically, their job is to go in, steal the clothes, come back out, and sell them at a profit, right? Or not always at a profit. But here's the thing, though. This movie is unhinged. If you're not familiar with Boots Riley, the director, the creator of this movie, familiarize yourself first. I was somebody who already kind of knows Boots Riley's, what should I call it, MO. And so because of this, I wasn't surprised when this film went absolutely just bonkers, bananas, also uncomfortable in parts. Like I watched his film Sorry to Bother You, which it's very rare that I will actually like a movie, but then never recommend it to anyone ever. And Sorry to Bother You is very much that kind of movie. Hold on. Sorry to Bother You. Okay, great. Once again, we have, it's very yellow. We have Lakeith Stanfield, right? Dude, I swear to God, this is a good movie, but it's unhinged. Boots Riley, something is wrong with him. Something is wrong with this man. Clearly. But what I love is that I'm in love with whatever is wrong with him, and he makes films about interesting things: capitalism, consumerism, what it is to be part of the working class versus in his most recent movie you get the billionaire class a little bit. And I just think like his most recent film is literally just about, it's about a lot of things, but it's largely about like the exploitation of workers and how what's seen as stealing actually isn't really all that unethical in a capitalist society, and how you have to be intersectional when it comes to trying to, you know, argue for more rights for everybody and stuff like that. But like, it's just also crazy. So overall, I really liked I Love Boosters, and it was beautiful. If you're looking at this poster and you're thinking to yourself, wow, there's so many colors and there's so much cool fashion design going on, then watch it. It's worth it just based off of that, with the caveat that it's a very uncomfortable and strange movie. It's great. Someone said, did you see I'm a Virgo? I need to. That way I can sort of complete my Boots Riley trifecta. But yeah, I very much appreciated that. So, Chad, I'm getting kind of lucky at the theater. 2 good movies in a row. But you know what I see this as? Karma. This is karma. Why? Because for y'all, me blaming my decisions on you, for y'all, I had to sit through this in theaters. Okay, listen to me. If I had to sit through Wuthering Heights 2026 in theaters, which I still maintain was fun in parts, but clearly had major issues, then I'm happy to sit through a couple of movies that I actually think are a little bit more fun, like, say, Backrooms or I Love Boosters. And yeah, that's my little recap. That's my little recap for you all about what I was doing while I was gone. Not much. I was running. I was trying to actually rest. And I watched a couple of films, and they were pretty good. They were pretty good. Someone said it's so hard for me to sit and decide to watch a movie, but I'll watch a 3-hour plus YouTube video, no questions. Same, honestly. I feel like I'm the same way with shows, too, where let a show be 6 to 8 episodes, anywhere from 4 to 8 hours long. I'm watching it. I'm not asking questions. I'm not even reading the description. I don't care. I don't care. I'm just a blatant consumer. Algorithms like, hey, we think you'll like this show. It's like 6 to 8 episodes and it's about 4 to 8 hours long, and and I'm like, okay, then put it on, then play it. But give me a movie which is a fraction of the length, and for some reason I'm just like, I don't want to watch that. I just scroll past the movie section like, I don't know. Because with movies, I feel like I could be doing anything else. But for some reason, a longer, shorter show, I'm so down to watch it. It's so annoying. I'm so annoyed with myself. Anyways, we are at the 30-minute mark, chat. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my outline so we can get into this. Uh-oh. Or I would if my second monitor was working, but I just realized I think I unplugged it because I used that charger for something else. So we're just going to have to freestyle. Okay, hold on. I mean, not freestyle. I'm still using my outline, but I mean, I have to have it on my main monitor. My main monitor. All right, so... Oh, hold on. Wait. Never say never. Who said that? Was that Justin Bieber? It looks like I can use the wireless display app. Cross your fingers, chat. I would really like to be able to use my second screen for this one. It's so much easier. Oh, let's go. No. Yes. Okay, we got it. First try. I'm happy. I'm excited. All right, chat. Time for some disclaimers. You know me. I do love to give a disclaimer every now and then. Today's topic is convoluted. It's actually a little bit uncomfortable. And I need you all to know how I'm approaching it before I get into it. I would sincerely hope that if you've seen enough of my content and you just kind of think about some of the things that I've said in the past, obviously, I don't look at situations in which you have a literal billion-dollar corporation valued at multiple billions of dollars for profit who has actually decided to launch a lawsuit against an individual creator, in this case a drag queen, which could or could not put her livelihood at stake. I didn't look at this scenario and immediately decide, I'm on Patagonia's side. I like the company. I don't believe capitalism is real or a power balance. No way. We should definitely support our local corporations. That's not what happened. What I did was I just kind of looked at the actual specifics of the lawsuit, what is being alleged, what is being said. And so my current opinion, which is, I don't know what it would take, I guess, for me to move off of this one. But I personally believe, God, it's so cringe and annoying. It's not that everybody is wrong. It's that Patagonia, by virtue of being a corporation, is not somebody that we should be giving a free pass and siding with automatically. However, there are also elements of the drag queen story in this case that have been misrepresented or are maybe misleading. And I don't think most people talking about this have the full picture. So that's mostly how I'm going into this. My little disclaimer. Yay. Sorry. People are talking about the Lego drama. Yeah, I still have to look into that, but I also feel like the people talking about that have it covered because there's like really long videos from the people involved, and you should definitely watch those. Someone said my first instinct was to be on Patagonia's side, but the more I learned, the more I unfortunately am on Patagonia's side. Yeah, your first instinct should always... Well, okay, hold on. Sorry. I'm projecting my opinion onto you, but I agree that your first instinct should literally always just be against a company. It's just like, companies are not people. And so being sued by a billion-dollar corporation as an individual is insane. It's terrifying. And I wouldn't wish that on anybody, even if legally there may be precedent or reason or recourse for this happening. I do feel like what's kind of being lost here is like this idea that like, oh, Patagonia is in the right legally, so therefore we're totally on their side. And chat, is it crazy that I still don't think corporations should really be able to sue individual people? Sorry if now we're getting too far into the woke weeds or whatever, but I just like... It's still a really ugly situation. It's not good. I wish it wasn't happening. I don't think this is 100% Patagonia's fault as it's being portrayed. I just think that sucks so bad. Like, Yeah, so absolutely no shot that we're gonna end this video by me saying like, yeah, get her, sue her for everything she's, make her pay all your legal fees. No, this whole system is really whack. And by the way, don't get me started, but you could even really start looking at the way the copyright system is enforced currently and it not being a good thing. Copyright is obviously important right now, kind of now more than ever with AI, but copyright is really supposed to protect artists, not corporations. So there's a lot. Someone said just because it's legal doesn't mean it's moral. Chat, please do not spoil. Y'all always love spoiling my outline. Literally, it says right here in my outline. Hold on, I'm gonna copy paste it for you. PC. Control C. Look. It's right here in my outline. Conclusion. Legality does not equal morality. Oh, I have to turn off the chat on this screen. Okay, there we go. That's certainly my conclusion here, but let's get into it. I hit start recording. Everybody say hi to YouTube. Everybody say hi. I'm going to be drinking so much water today. I'm going to be absolutely crushing water, dude. Just knocking it back. I'll be drinking that water like it's water. That doesn't make any sense. It made sense in my mind before I said it. Okay. Everyone say hi. And I'm going to try to do the most fire intro. The intro to end all intros. An environmentalist drag queen gets sued by one of the largest outdoor apparel chains in the world. This isn't the beginning of a terrible joke. It's actually a real situation that's happening. You may have even heard of Patagonia versus Patagonia, the drag queen. Right now, there's this big copyright infringement lawsuit that's happening. A lot of people have a lot of opinions on this, and shock horror, so do I. You might get some of those today. I want to give a disclaimer. This video is literally about a major mega billion-dollar corporation versus one individual human. So I'm going into this biased as hell, but I'm still going to do my best. So let's get to it. And probably as we look at more and more of the facts and the actual specifics of this suit, you're going to see why people are kind of mixed. And it's messy. Done. Someone said chat is not on screen. Oh, yeah. I told you all to say hi because I'm so used to it, but I forgot. There's no chat on the screen because it broke when I was gone. So I'll say that too for the video. Also, if you're wondering where my live chat is, I'm live right now. Well, not right now, but as I'm recording this, but my chat broke while I was gone. So just imagine there's millions of adoring fans right here, as there always are. Nailed it. Okay. But don't worry, chat. Y'all are not actually off. Like, I can still see you. And I will absolutely be relying on y'all's input. So, let's start off with... What the heck is Patagonia? Well, it's a lot of things, but the brand that we're talking about makes clothes and gear for people who, from this little promo video, are clearly much more outside than I am. No thank you to all of these hobbies, right? Patagonia, interestingly, is also known for their environmental activism, or to be more specific, you can see from this little blog post that they have right here, the company is still a for-profit billion-dollar corporation, right? But it's technically owned by this, what do they refer to themselves as? This collective, Holdfast Collective, where 98% of the stocks are held by this non-profit entity whose goals are to further environmental activism, protection of land and stuff like that. There is a lot to be said about what exactly this means and whether or not this was just a very ingenious tax strategy for the owner or not, but that's not what today's video is about. And objectively, the collective does a lot of good for the environment, even though, please don't get me started on the necessity of philanthropy, which shouldn't really be a thing if things were just in the first place. But I'm going to try not to be really annoying in this video, so let's stay focused. Let's stay focused. Someone said Patagonia is a region in South America. Don't worry, we're going to get to there. Chile, Argentina, I got you. We're going to get there. All right, so moving on. Who is Pattie Gonia? Like many drag queens, this is a fairly hilarious play on words, but she is a drag queen known for her outdoorsy vibe, lots of hiking, lots of frankly, she is kind of exactly like the people who are on Patagonia's website. She really out there and she really does things, but simultaneously she raises a lot of money for environmental activism as well, and has messages of inclusion and just wants everybody to go out in nature and be themselves. I rock with that message, but I will be doing that from my couch. I'm sorry, Patty. Love you, though. And one thing that's worth noting is that Patty, from the moment she burst onto the scene, said specifically that her name is not influenced by the brand Patagonia. This is an article from 2019, and it says, Patty said the name of that alter ego has nothing to do with the popular outdoor brand. I was sitting around a table with a few of my friends thinking up funny drag queen names. One of my friends was about to hike in Patagonia for a few months, and the name just kind of happened. Literally like 7 years ago. I don't think this story has ever really changed. Give me a second. Trying to pull up the actual region. And like anybody who's super into hiking, referencing the actual region of Patagonia, which encompasses Argentina and Chile, this makes sense because apparently this is like hiking heaven. It's the mecca of hiking as I've seen it referred to. Again, sorry, we're kind of above my pay grade here, but this is a real place where you can go right now and go on a hike. So Patagonia, the clothing brand, doesn't own the idea of the phrase Patagonia being associated with hiking. Someone said that should be a big point in this. It is. It is. That's why I brought it up early, so y'all understand. Like, I'm jumping ahead a little bit here. But one of the things that I'm seeing a lot of pushback on, which is kind of annoying, is a lot of people saying, well, obviously Patty's name is taken from the clothing brand because she's a hiker, and the brand is for hiking. But like, that's kind of never been what she said. She hasn't changed her story. It's been 7 years. And it also makes sense that somebody would just name it after a region where a bunch of people go hiking. So I don't believe her name is after the brand at all. As you're going to see, it gets a little bit more complex than that, though. A little bit. Anyways, moving forward. So I guess next up, we will talk about... I guess we'll just get into Patty's take on this. Okay, yeah. There's a lot of ways that I could approach this. So you could imagine it was big news for internet denizens when Patty announced that she was being sued officially by Patagonia over the usage of her moniker. Pulling up her initial statement on that. All right, chat. We're watching a video on TikTok and oh, whoa, the audio is coming out in real life. Hold on, chat. I got to figure out how to reroute my audio to where y'all can actually hear it. Let's see. Give me a second, chat. I swear I'll fix this so fast. Digital output? No. Elgato Neo. Yes. Okay. That should be fixed. And then for me, desktop. Oh, wait. I pressed the wrong button. PC. Okay, great. Sorry, chat. I hate doing the technical difficulty stuff. It's so cringe. Monitor and output. Okay, we should be fine. Yay, we should be fine. We should be fine. Someone said, Americans, you need to learn more geography. Love you guys. I'm gone. No, you're right. Actually, we do, because I hate to admit this. But I'm just going to say it. Did I know exactly where Patagonia, the region, was before any of this controversy? Well, no. I did a modicum of research, obviously, so I don't sound like the idiot that I actually am, but I guessed it was a place. Their logo is mountains, and it sounds very place-like, but I did learn very recently where it was, so shout out Patagonia. Someone said they don't teach geography in American school. Brother, they don't teach anything in American school. They didn't teach us anything. Anyways. Someone said it's okay, we were all left behind. I think it's okay because you can't control that environment, but it's not okay to remain ignorant in the face of unlimited information. That's how I feel personally. Anyways, moving on. All right, so listening to what Patty has to say here, and if you can't hear this, I'll fix it.
It's Patagonia. Today I'm breaking my silence.
And that's fine, but we can probably go a bit louder on this one. We'll try like 250.
Silence about the.
Actually, I lied because lying for fun is a fun thing to do. We're gonna try. Where's my volume booster? We're gonna try like, I don't know, 300.
Lawsuit that the multi-billion-dollar corporation.
Okay, that's fine. Let's start over, chat.
Hi everyone, it's Patagonia. Today I'm breaking my silence about the lawsuit that the multi-billion-dollar corporation Patagonia has filed against me, a drag queen and climate activist, for trademark infringement. Patagonia told the media they're only suing me for $1. What they're actually trying to do is to take away my name permanently and threaten me with more than $1 million in legal fees. This is not a brand conflict. This is a corporation trying to erase an activist.
So the entire framing of this from Patty's perspective is that Patty... Oh, I'm already confusing the names. Oh, God. Okay. The entire framing of this from Patty's perspective is that Patagonia is actually trying to stamp out her existence. Doesn't want her to be Patagonia online, doesn't want her doing any of that stuff. Lord, I don't want to get confused. Please don't let me get confused. Someone said North Texas, they didn't teach us nothing. South Central Texas, I ain't learned jack squat.
This is how corporations bully individuals who cannot match their resources. Because this would take away not only my activism and my career, but also the livelihoods of the team I employ. This is a betrayal of Patagonia's core mission, because if they're in business to save the home planet, why are they suing a climate activist? Over the last 4 months since the lawsuit was filed, I've stayed silent, courteous, and worked every channel I could to resolve this without going to court. But in the end, I had two choices: the erasure of my name, my advocacy, my community, and everyone I employ, or to fight for myself and to fight for us. So I am fighting, and I'm inviting you to join me in a simple call to action. Patagonia, drop the lawsuit.
So it's a simple enough demand. I think where it starts to get a little bit shaky is when you look at the lawsuit in question. What exactly Patagonia was saying, what they're looking for, and how this all started. Someone said no one is split. But, well, it depends on where you look. I don't know what your algorithm looks like, but I literally pull data from everywhere, and I could show you comment sections where people are 100% like, yeah, obviously Patty is right, and other comment sections where people are like, bro, she does not have a chance in court. I'm surprised this lawsuit hasn't happened earlier. Someone said, but her name is Patagonia, not Patagonia. Yeah, I don't agree that her name in any way is actually an infringement of the brand itself, but let's just go ahead and take a look at this. Give me a second. Sorry, chat. I'm looking at my outline. You know how it is. Actually, I don't know if you know how it is, but it can be difficult. I'm trying to stay. Okay, so I pulled her initial statement, her not saying it was not from the brand, etc. God, sorry, chat. Here. Before we get into that, though, actually, I want to talk about her. How do I go back? Man, I hate TikTok. I'm sorry. And why is this playing audio? Not everything needs to play audio. Literally not everything needs to play audio. Someone said also her merch isn't similar to the brand. I agree. We're going to look at her merch later. Don't worry. She kind of goes into more detail about all of this in her statement from a few days ago. Hi everyone, it's Patagonia. So, breaking my silence, she brings up again, Patagonia told the media they're only suing for $1, but they're actually asking her to cover her legal fees, etc. So, I think it's important to say, just because nuance is so dead on the internet, I am in 100% agreement with pretty much all of Pattie's social causes that she is fighting for, specifically in reference to the environment. Since 2018, she says, I have built a community of more than 3 million people, a nonprofit teaching allyship in the outdoors, hired more than 600 artists and advocates, toured drag shows nationwide about climate solutions, and together we've raised more than $3.7 million for nonprofits. That is pretty amazing, pretty fantastic. So no criticism I have of how this is being presented has anything to do with those positions. Reading chat. Someone says she never sold merch with their logo. The major issue is with her name. It's a silly demand from Patagonia. Yeah, we're going to get there. The logo stuff, I think, is messy. Anyways. So here's the part that made my jaw drop. She says, Patagonia, multi-billion-dollar corporation, went to federal court in January. It's worth noting this has actually been going on, well, the lawsuit aspect of it has been going on since the beginning of this year. In January, to say that I am causing, quote, irreparable harm to their brand by doing, quote, motivational speaking services in support of environmental sustainability and, quote, organizing, arranging, and conducting trail and hiking events. Let's talk about that irreparable harm. Let's talk about that irreparable harm, because there's 2 things you need to know. Number 1, their claims of trademark infringement. I have never used their logo, font, or anything from their brand on our merch website. Instead, the lawsuit cherry picks a few examples of playful parody and fan art and tries to spin those into some kind of vast use of their logo. Drag is built on parody, puns, and jokes, but I'm willing to never parody their logo ever again, aka, it's doing music, aka give them free PR ever again. The second thing she says is, let's talk about the agreement or understanding that people are saying I broke. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's slow down. I feel like it can get really easy to get lost in the weeds when it comes to legal stuff, which is also why I typically don't make content involving lawsuits and stuff, because it gets so dry so fast. And it's like, and then the defendant said that they never technically agreed to violate the, it's just like, let's just make sure we're all on the same page. Are we good here right now? Chat, do we all understand what's going on? Give a temperature check to make sure this is all still making sense and I'm not botching it. Reading chat. Someone said there are some trademark lawyers that go into it on TikTok. It's actually a bit more than just the name alone from what I've seen. Someone said this is such a waste. The court system should protect vulnerable people and not this petty stuff. This case should be dismissed. I certainly agree that there, in my mind, are more pressing things that are currently being held up in the justice system than this. I just still think right now this is still an interesting conversation to have in the specific context, but that's absolutely true, yes. Okay, great. Everybody's saying that they understand where we're going with this. I appreciate y'all for working with me. I'm trying to make it as interesting as it is to me, because it's fairly interesting. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and jump around to the suits. Great. So, oh Lord, there's so much going on here. Ooh, ask AI assistant. Yeah, that's definitely what I want to do. Get an instant AI powered summary whenever you open a document. Maybe not Adobe. And this is why I just need to wholesale stop using Adobe products, dog. Because they, out of all the companies that have unnecessarily shoehorned AI into every facet of their product, Adobe has to be the worst one. It's actually, it's completely like unhinged that at this point I still have them in my creative workflow. It's just unfortunate because I've literally been using this platform for years, going way back to when I was a student in college. That was a long time ago. I feel very locked in. It's so bad. Someone said they want us to forget how to read. Yeah, you're not getting an AI powered summary. You're about to get a D'Angelo powered summary. I wrote down, we're looking at pages 2 to 5 and 15 to 26. Okay. Anyways, someone said I only use Affinity for design now. I need to switch over. I really need to switch over. So here is what Patagonia is saying. I am telling you right now, I'm intentionally skipping a lot of this legal mumbo jumbo. I was very much that kid. I was like, does the book have pictures? And I started there and then worked my way backwards. This is This is Patagonia's merch. Personally, this has nothing to do with Patagonia, and there's no way in which this would actually be confused with Patagonia's apparel. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna pull up Patagonia's actual website. Give me a second. As far as I could find, this is Patagonia's actual stuff. Notice that they typically use this wave logo with the Patagonia font, which is actually very distinctive. They typically use the same colors across all of their things, and it always says Patagonia, all one word. I did not find any instances of Patagonia selling anything that looks like their merch. Now, unfortunately, there are instances of her distributing things that do actually look like their stuff, but we're not there yet. I don't want to spoil. So I personally think this aspect of their lawsuit is just complete garbage, and demanding that she not sell any of this under a store called patagoniamerch.com is just stupid. That's me. Someone said waves, not waves, mountains. Oh yeah, sorry. I said wave pattern, but it's obviously a mountain range. Please, I'm probably gonna make. I pulled up one that has waves. Why does this have waves? They usually do mountains. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I said waves earlier, but usually it's their iconic mountain range design. But as you see, they will do takes on that and stuff like that. So right off the bat, I don't agree with everything that Patagonia is saying here. Dog, this is just dumb. Secondly, and this is the part where I'm just like, oh, Patty, I don't think that's a good idea. She has frequently been associated with this specific play on their logo. Now, this is something that Patty says she did not make. This is apparently fan created, but regardless, this is very real. And I looked around just to make sure they weren't cherry picking. She is fairly heavily associated with this play on their logo, which is obviously pissing off their legal department, right? I would agree that even though this is a parody, it gets a little bit tricky when you actually start distributing this play on that logo to consumers. And that was happening in a sort of roundabout way. Here's what I mean. Let's pull up the stickers. So I'm literally just pulling like a random tweet right now. But look, she has also given out these stickers. Here's one actually signed by her, which is really cool. And this person is comparing it to Patagonia, a Patagonia sticker. And they say, I got mine handed to me from crew people at the end of one of her drag shows. The other sheets I have are from her. The other sheets I have from her are from donating to her fundraisers. I love her and the activist work she does. And I also love Patagonia for their excellent warranty on their gear. It's very complicated. So you can't necessarily buy a Patagonia logo parody from Patty, but you can donate and then be sent one, which is something that Patty was encouraging people to do on her, multiple times, honestly. So between that and showing up in places actually decked out in this Patagonia logo, please don't shoot the messenger when I say I understand why their legal team is spooked. As you see, that does not in any way contradict my opinion that I still hold, that this is complete garbage, and trying to block her from selling merch with her own name on it when her name has nothing to do with the Patagonia brand and wasn't a reference to it is bad. Are we good so far? Are we good so far? I just want to make sure we still on the same page. Also, I'm living right now. Like, I need to make sure I'm explaining this correctly. I hope I'm skipping ahead, but like, I hope that this is dropped. That's my number one goal for this. It's not because I think legally there's any sort of like, oh, Patty is right or Patagonia is right. I want this lawsuit to be dropped because I'm telling you right now, it's still not right. And Patty is correct that a multi-billion-dollar corporation suing an individual is an act of erasure. Actually, I'm going to put that in the video. I'm going to put this in the video. My just so we're clear about what my sort of goals are, I would hope that this lawsuit is dropped at some point, because I do agree. I genuinely do agree that a multi-billion-dollar corporation suing one single human, which is exactly what this lawsuit is an act of erasure, even if you literally are just paying their legal fees. That's still not something that an average human is equipped to actually pay. Corporate lawyers, I have literally no idea how much money that's going to be. Patty herself is saying $1 million, but we don't even know because this lawsuit hasn't happened yet, and those costs are accrued as these things are litigated. So from that perspective, I really hope they can reach an agreement that does not involve anyone being sued. Just because I don't think that Patty was doing a good thing by using their logo in this way, I still don't agree that she should be sued. Sorry. I'm just going to say that right there. Someone said it should never be allowed. Yeah, no, there's no way I could just say like, well, legally, I'm just like, no, well, then maybe the law should be different. Have we ever thought about that? Anyways, when we start kind of getting into some really tricky territory is when we start looking at how Patty says this all unfolded. Okay. I'm going to go back to her statement. So it says right here, number 2, let's talk about the agreement or quote unquote understanding that people are saying I broke. There was no agreement. In 2022, when I was collaborating with a third party, Patagonia asked me to follow certain terms, and I did. That wasn't a broad agreement about my future. So let's go ahead and take a look at what some of these 2022 claims were, because we actually literally have the emails right here. Oh, wait, also hold on. Before we get to these emails, I just want to say, people are also saying there's no context in which Patty's merch would ever confuse a consumer. And I agree with that. However, Patty going around with the Patagonia logo flip is clearly confusing people, as you can see some comments here saying, looks like Patagonia has it together. I'll happily spend my money there. I genuinely thought this was a Patagonia ad. Love you, Patagonia. You're amazing. Thanks for protecting our parks. God, it's all so messy. Anyways, scrolling down to these emails. So I guess I wrote down that these would be on page 15. Sorry, give me a second, chat. Now we're back to the boring part. Page 2 through 5. Skip ahead to 15. Okay, bet. Here we go. So the 2022 wait, hold on. I'm reading some of these. Someone said, isn't Patagonia placed in Argentina? We mentioned that earlier in the stream, actually just a few minutes ago. Basically, it's, as you see, it's complicated because there's one person using a name that was based off of a place that has nothing to do with the company, but then she is also simultaneously parodying assets that are created and owned by that company. So there's a lot going on. Here are the 2022 emails in question. So as Patty was doing a collab with Hydro Flask, they had to square away that they weren't sort of barking up the wrong tree and they weren't going to face any litigation from Patagonia. And this is how this went. This person said, and of course, these are cherry-picked emails presented to us from Patagonia's legal defense. So obviously, or I shouldn't say defense because I don't know what that means. These are cherry-picked emails presented to us from Patagonia's legal team. So obviously there's going to be a bias here, but let's just look at what's going on. Someone said I just got here. Sorry, because it may be confusing if you just got here, but I'm doing my best to explain it. Patty, thank you for the call today. I really appreciate the time and thoughtful conversation. I want to note that email is horrible for nuance and open conversation. So if there's anything in here that comes off differently than our conversation, Patty, that's a failure in my drafting. Please let me know if something in here strikes you as different than our conversation, and let's discuss it. Patagonia has no objection to the relationship between Hydro Flask and Patagonia, in particular the work described in your email last week. But we do ask that the parties, number one, not use or otherwise display Patagonia's logos. Number two, not use the Bellway font in the content that is created, including an example of whatever. It's parenthetical, not necessary. And number three, not use Patagonia in any form on product. I hope the 3 points above give you a clear sense of where we're coming from and give you confidence to move forward with your partnership and do great work together. If there's any questions as the work progresses, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. Gratefully, person whose name has been redacted. And it's worth noting that many of Patty's usages, I suppose not of their logo, but of that very similar logo mark, came after, she said. Robert, thank you all so much for your handling of this issue and for including us in the discussion. We appreciate each of you so much. Cannot wait to get things going. Super excited, which I guess low-key is not an agreement legally. Actually, I'm reading this email. She never said yes. But anyways, Patagonia comes back and they're like, one clarification an addition I should make to this regarding the use of Patagonia's logos. Because right now, you may be thinking what I was thinking. I was thinking, okay, well, they were agreeing not to use, the logo, but she wasn't using their logo. She was using something that looked like it. No, they literally came back in 2022 and said, Patagonia would ask that the parties not use Patagonia's logos or any substantially similar designs, like the Masks meme logo we discussed, Patty, that used the mountain silhouette and the font. I think that additional language accurately reflects our conversations. And sorry for not being more clear in the first go at this. As before I welcome any conversations or feedback, I just didn't want to leave my potential miscommunication hanging out there. And, for a corporate brand, I'm not glazing Patagonia, but whoever wrote this email, the human, I feel like, was being fairly respectful and clear about their goals. And Patty comes back and says, well, Patty and her production manager come back and say, thank you for the clarification. I really appreciate it and keep note of it, which does sound like an agreement to those stipulations. So kind of going back here, I guess when Patty says, let's talk about the agreement or understanding that people are saying I broke, there was no agreement. When I was collaborating with a third party in 2022, they asked me to follow certain terms, and I did. That wasn't a broad agreement about my future. I guess it wasn't. But even if Patty herself did not agree, those were the terms that Patagonia very clearly laid out as guidelines so that there would not be these legal troubles that are now upon her. So just throwing that out there. Someone said they were very clear about the parody of the logo. Dude, it was literally email her once and be like, please don't use the logo. She's like, okay. Email her again like, oh, we should be more specific. Please don't use our logo or things that look like our logo. And she's like, thanks for the update, Chief. There does seem to be a paper trail of this. Anyways, someone said, I don't want Patty to have to pay a lot of money. I want the best for her, but I just think she isn't in the right here. I don't want her to have to pay any money. Literally. Oh, sorry. Literally none. I don't want her to have to pay a single dollar to Patagonia. That doesn't feel right. But I just think, again, you should know all of the facts before you draw your own conclusion. So going back to sort of what Patty was saying. Lastly, my trademark application, because this is one of the big things that has spooked Patagonia, is Patty filing an application, well, to trademark her name, and doing so while simultaneously selling apparel items must seem strange from their perspective. And she says, my trademark application, I filed a trademark application not to compete with a multi-billion-dollar corporation, but because of what happened to a drag queen named Lexi Love, whose name was taken from her by a third party after RuPaul's Drag Race. Within weeks, her bookings canceled, music was pulled, social media gone. I filed to make sure that never happened to me, not because of Patagonia, because of anyone. And I looked into the thing that she was saying, and I see what she means. Let's see. I'm gonna pull the Lexi Love thing. Sorry, give me a second. I include this in my outline. I'm just making sure I've got it. Oh, here we go. So this is a completely different scenario, but it kind of sucks pretty bad. Essentially, there was this drag race performer named Lexi Love, and she found out after the fact that because she did not have the copyright to this name, but someone else, an adult performer and quote AI artist, had this copyright or the trademark. By the way, if I've been confusing the phrases copyright and trademark, I'm very sorry, but I'm doing my best. Lexi got completely wiped out for a second there, and she wasn't allowed to perform as anything. And I think that really sucks, and that's a completely valid fear. So I don't personally believe that Patty trademarking her name wasn't an attempt to enter the outdoor apparel space. And I do believe that Patagonia presenting it thusly, as they are very heavily doing in their lawsuit, is stupid. I do think I wish that Patagonia had been a little bit more sorry, I'm running out of breath here. I wish that Patagonia had been a little more focused on what exactly their problem was, because I think trying to expand it to this general idea of like putting your name on anything is a problem. That's stupid. Someone said Jansport and Trixie Mattel can be seen as similar cases. However, big difference is they don't use their full drag names for business endeavors. They just use Jan and Trixie, if I recall. Yeah, I was going to mention them too. I have a little thing here, but we'll get to them in a second. Okay, so anyways, going back to Patty's statement. Now, here's the part where it gets a little dicey. Now, let's talk timing, she says. Isn't it interesting that the multi-billion-dollar corporation Patagonia chose this exact moment, the height of anti-LGBTQ politics and attacks on the environment, to sue me? They've known about me for 8 years, and the impact of this timing right now is serious and it's real. I think they looked at the political moment and thought they could pull this off without much pushback. But if Patagonia wants to celebrate Pride this year by taking a queer climate activist to federal court, then I'm here to fight for myself and to fight for us. So Patagonia leadership, I want to speak directly to you. In 2022, your founder gave his company away to fight the climate crisis, as we know. I want to ask the people currently running the company a genuine question. Is this what your founder had in mind? Is spending the resources of that trust on lawyers and federal court filings to erase a climate activist saving the home planet? Is this what your owner gave away his fortune for? Etc., etc. He said something that I think his current leadership needs to read right now. You are what you do, not what you say you are. That is not my quote. That is his. And if this lawsuit is what saving the planet looks like to Patagonia's current leadership, then one of us has profoundly misunderstood the assignment, and it's not me. So a lot of people are like... Oh, actually, I want to address this comment. It's pretty interesting. I find it hard to believe Patty chose her name primarily because of the region when we know parody of corporate brands is common in drag. I don't find it hard to believe. I agree that my initial stance on that was literally just like disbelief because in my very American-centric mind, the first thing I think of when I think Patagonia is frankly very expensive outdoor gear. But again, as I pulled up sort of initially, give me 1 second. You kind of have to decide what you're going to believe. As far back as 2019, she, in her very first entrance as Patagonia, it says right here, in her first public appearance, the Wilderness's favorite drag queen says in this interview, it has nothing to do with the brand. I was sitting around the table with a few of my friends, thinking up funny drag queen names, etc. One of my friends was about to take a hike in Patagonia. So, like, I agree that in most cases it would be unlikely, but this would low-key have to be like a 7-year grift on Patty's part. Do I believe that she was obviously aware of the similarities and has used those? Duh. But I just still don't believe there's any space to argue that her very name itself has anything to do with Patagonia, because she said it doesn't. It's completely okay to believe that. Someone said maybe if she wasn't literally a hiker, I'd find it hard to believe, but Patagonia is known amongst hikers. Yeah, in fact, here, I'll bring this up too. I have this saved. 5 hikes in Patagonia, the ultimate mecca for hikers. I was literally trying to look up to make sure I was educating myself. And like, dog, people talk about this place all the time. They want to go here. There's apparently a ton of hiking trails on Patagonia. There's certainly a big bad world outside of the corporation, and it's completely feasible that she wasn't considering them. They just weren't centered. Patagonia is very much acting like the main character here. But they're just a company. All right, anyways. Someone said I'd never heard of this brand in my life. How can anyone own the name Patagonia? It's like owning the name Egypt or something. It's kind of like Amazon. The Amazon region is also a place, and you can do whatever you want with the phrase Amazon. They don't own that word. But if you were, for example, to start an e-commerce website called Amazon, that wouldn't go well for you. And so I think that's kind of the issue here is like Patagonia is an apparel company. So if Patagonia is selling Patagonia merch, which is apparel, is that an infringement? Again, I still think that's stupid, but that's kind of where their lawyers' minds are at right now. Someone said this is why the brand chose the name. Yeah, it was literally just Patty making the exact same decision that the brand made, honestly. If it's okay for the brand to do it, it should be okay for her to do it, and vice versa. Anyways, moving forward. Give me a second. Oh, yeah. So anyways, with this Lexi Love situation, I completely understand the anxiety. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Where was I? Sorry, give me a second, chat. I turned myself around because I jumped back to talk more about the Patagonia region. Oh, yeah. What I was going to say was a lot of people are really, really upset at Patty's framing of this. I don't even really feel like finding it. You could just, I don't know, hop on Reddit if you're bored, and you will find people saying, oh, she's grifting. Oh, she's look at what she's doing, trying to make this about pride and this, that, the other. But no, she's right. Even though I still think she was totally in violation of a few copyright issues here, which she should probably clean up. But as you're going to see, she is willing to do. I agree that a company that allegedly is actually super for the people or whatever, choosing to do this with their resources is kind of just bonkers. It's very unnecessary and odd. Do I believe that's stemming specifically from a drive to, I don't know, play into the increased backlash against the LGBT community? Well, I can't say because I'm not a mind reader, but I will say this. This didn't have to happen. Let's see. I'm going to pull up a couple of other queens. Jan Sport, for example. Usually I don't love bringing up... someone said not everything is black and white, and then I literally brought up this picture. I'm so sad that there's no comments on screen. I can't even put that in the video because this gag didn't work. Chat, the timing of that is crazy. The last comment I read was like, someone's like, not everything is black and white. And then I was going to show you this image. But anyways, what I was going to say was, usually I don't love like spiraling off into other similar scenarios because they're never similar enough. But in this specific case, actually, these are great examples of how this never had to happen in the first place. Here is another queen called Jan Sport, or as she went by on RuPaul's Drag Race, just Jan, right? Because the name Jan Sport is also a brand and they didn't want to get in trouble. But at some point, Jan Sport, the brand, realized, hey, this Jan Sport drag queen is pretty cool. I think we can work together. Pulling out this. And voila, RuPaul's Drag Race star Jan Sport reveals Jan Sport bag line after changing name for TV. I'm so excited about this collaboration. It's been a lifelong dream even before I began performing drag as Jan Sport nearly a decade ago. Not many drag artists who name themselves after a company get to collaborate with them. Look at that. And also, that's a really dope bag, low key. This is probably sold out, but I'm a little bit mad about it. So that's one example of how you can work together. It doesn't have to be litigious like this. Give me a second. because I have a second one. Another example would be Trixie Mattel. I mean, very, very, very popular drag queen who quite literally has the name Mattel in her name, which is absolutely based off of her love of Barbie dolls, which are owned by Mattel. And yet they were able to talk, they being RuPaul's Drag Race, was able to talk to Mattel before the season, make sure it wasn't going to be an issue, the usage of her name, and Mattel cleared it because they're not cowards. And also, they clearly have a fine working relationship because I am an adult. Okay. I don't know why they ask my age when I visit fandom.wiki. But anyways, in the show Monster High, based off of Mattel's Monster High doll line, they have a character named Skelly Vonderbone, who is voiced by Trixie Mattel, which I think is super dope. So I agree with Patty that, frankly, dropping the lawsuit makes more sense in a world where you simply do not have to sue people over this. I think the part that I disagree with very strongly, sorry, I'm trying to go back to Patty's statement. Would be, God, so many words, dog. Oh, here we go. The part with which I disagree with Patty's framing of this pretty strongly would be right here. I've never used their logo font or anything from their brand on our merch website, which is true. It's not on their merch website. Instead, the lawsuit cherry picks a few examples of playful parody and fan art and tries to spin those into some kind of vast use of their logo. It sucks to say, this reads as a somewhat misrepresentation of what is in there. Even me myself, just seeing how many people got these stickers distributed to them, how many different images there are of Patty proudly emblazoned with their stuff. Here, hold on, let me show you the one picture that they had. So there's so many, like, how do lawyers even stay on top of anything when they have like 50,000 images to go through? Oh, here we go. Like, dog, showing up to literal events with the Patagonia logo is a little bit more than just cherry picking a few examples. So that's maybe the one part that I'm just like, maybe if we, it's okay. We'll be fine though. We'll live. Zooming back out. But yeah, the idea ultimately that Patagonia is like morally in the wrong, even if they're not legally in the wrong, I agree with. Reading chat. Someone said, I've read that you have to sue. Hold on, I'm going to include this in the video. I have a comment right here that you can't see because my chat is broken. And it says, I've read that you have to sue. Otherwise, they might lose the trademark and are open to malicious cases of copies. Let's talk about that for a second. Patagonia has been quite litigious with regards to copyright for a very long time now. Here's an example right here. Patagonia and Gap settle pullover fleece design lawsuit, which this is crazy. I'm sorry. You want to talk about things being stolen. This is literally two different brands. Patagonia, it's Gap's fleece pullover on the right and Patagonia's design on the left. This is the kind of thing that you should be suing over. That's actually wild that this even was manufactured. But yeah, they have sued Gap. Let's see. Who else? They have sued Nordstrom over a Patagonia counterfeiting issue. The one that was actually really funny to me. They sued I don't even know how to say this. Anheuser? They sued Anheuser-Busch over selling Patagonia beer, which you may think to yourself, Patagonia doesn't do beer. They do, though. And I would strongly agree in this specific case that It's very confusing. This absolutely, to me, does kind of look like, oh, hey, Patagonia got into beer. Let's buy this one. But actually, this is Patagonia getting into beer. They offer it here, as you can see right here. Patagonia provisions. So, like, protecting the usage of your name in spaces that you actually are operating in from other brands, yes, obviously has to be done. And there are a lot of arguments right now of like, oh, well, the corporation, they have to do this legally. Otherwise, they run the risk of losing their copyright, because you can just point to saying, well, they didn't protect themselves against Patty, so I should be able to use their stuff too. And allegedly, the courts would be like, oh, yeah, sure, that's true. But again, kind of jumping back to the initial issue here, unlike, say, a literal beer that is actually just called Patagonia, which is the same thing as Patagonia, or that is Trixie Mattel, or unlike a design that has literally been obviously stolen and is supposed to be confused with Patagonia's merch, and even unlike a counterfeiting example, what I'm saying honestly is like the name Patagonia is not infringement in the same way that any of these other cases are. So yes, they may have to do that, but that doesn't mean that Patty would have to be sued in this case. In my opinion, a lawyer, I'm sure, would strongly disagree with me, but I just need all the lawyers to know I don't respect the law at all. I'm very proud of you for passing the bar. You did amazing. It's not easy to become a lawyer, I would imagine, but I think especially United States legislation is completely broken. So I don't really care what the law says is a good precedent or not. It's mostly wrong about a lot of things. Anyways, someone said it kind of reminds me of Nintendo lawsuits. Yeah, no, like it turns into bullying so quickly. I think that's the thing about these like big corporations like going after individual people. Even if there's some sort of legal reason for why they should be doing that, that doesn't mean I have to sit here and agree that the law should enable them to do this in the first place. Or at least that's how I feel. That's me personally. All right. Anyways, moving on from that. Okay, so we talked about Lexi Love. We talked about Patagonia's other protection of their stuff, kind of going back. Oh, we talked about how I agree low key that this lawsuit is absolutely contradictory with a lot of Patagonia's goals. Moving forward, I want to make sure I finish her statement because I want to give her a shot. So she says, and to my community, here's what I need from you right now. 1, join me in telling Patagonia, drop the lawsuit, make your voice heard everywhere. And let me be clear, do so in a respectful and peaceful way. I do see a lot of people online saying like, oh my gosh, Patty, she's just doing this to rally her fan base to bully Patagonia online. How to word this? Corporations aren't people. So Patagonia as an individual human is actually incapable of bullying Patagonia, no matter what she was encouraging her fans to do. But also, she very explicitly and clearly did not encourage anybody to send hate. And I didn't really see that much hate, even on Patagonia's main statements and stuff. So let's not. She says, do not take this out on Patagonia store employees. They didn't choose this. It's squarely on the shoulders of their corporate leaders who have failed their employees and the company's core values. Blah, 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 blah. And 3, this is just part 1 to the story. What I have not told you yet is bigger than what I have. Stay tuned. I don't know. Buckle in for part 2, I guess. To close this out, she says, I want to go a bit off script because I want to tell you something I probably should not say. I'm afraid and I'm frustrated. Well, you're being sued by $1 billion corporation. So I think those are very valid feelings, and I'd probably feel similarly. This is so much wasted time and money that could be spent fighting for the planet, and instead Patagonia is taking a climate activist to court when I have offered them everything I could do to avoid this. They chose this, not me. While I don't know what will happen from here, I do know that they have more money and more lawyers and will use their full force. Patagonia is one of the first things in my life I am genuinely deeply proud of, and the idea that it could all be taken away is my worst case scenario, because if you've ever created something that mattered to you, a name, a community, a version of yourself that finally felt real, I think you know what that fear feels like. My name is Patagonia. I chose it. I built it. I've earned it, and I am not going anywhere. Patagonia dropped the lawsuit. So I agree. I agree broadly that she should not have to stop using this name. I agree that like the world existed before the brand, and Patagonia was a region before anyone ever sold climbing gear. So all of that is true. I disagree that her usage of the logo was just a few one-off, things that doesn't seem to be the case, but she did say that she was completely willing to stop using the logo. Therefore, I don't really see why this legislation should be moving forward. Not legislation. I don't really see why this litigation should be moving forward. And then I also agree that this is a massive waste of resources, which feels very contradictory to a lot of Patagonia's supposed goals. So overall, I don't think this was a perfect statement, but I guess what maybe kind of bothers me a lot about this is there's a lot of black and white thinking. There's a lot of Patty is just a grifter. All of this is grifting. And I'm just like, is it though? Is it really true that just because maybe there's one part in here that you don't agree with, or even multiple, that she herself is a complete fraud, does not care about the environment, is just using this to raise her own profile, when she's actually just saying, wouldn't this make more sense if they did not sue me? And also we focus more on the environment. I think like obviously she's gaining a lot of relevance from this, which is fine, but is it fine if it's at the cost of your personal well-being? And also like she's not going to make money if they drop the lawsuit. So it's just a lot going on, and that's why I said it was a complex scenario. By the way, we're also not done. There's a bunch of statements that we have to go over because Patagonia responded to this, and it's wild. But are we good so far? Are we good so far, chat? Let me know. And if you know a lot about this, do you feel that I'm representing it fairly? Obviously, I'm very biased, and I will remain biased. I told you that in the beginning of the video. I said I'm coming into this mad, obviously. It's kind of frustrating seeing a lot of just like, yeah, nah, sue her, get her. And I'm like, no, you should never be rooting for this to happen, even if she was wrong. Actually, that's a really unpopular opinion, but I stand by it 10 toes down. If she straight up genuinely stole Patagonia's assets and was actually like suing, if she stole their assets and was misleading people, which she was not misleading people, I still don't think an individual should have to pay a corporation's legal fees, because a corporation is not a person, and people do not reasonably accrue that kind of capital in their lifetime. It is life ruining to have to suddenly pay $1 million or multiple millions of dollars. That shouldn't be how this works. That's not a fair exchange. In general, like now I'm getting a little bit off track, but like we have such a justice minded society, and it's really annoying. Sorry. I'm getting distracted. But like as a black person. Uh-oh, he said it. Oh no! He said it. As a black person. Now, this doesn't have nothing to do with Patty. She ain't black, but listen to me, please. If you take nothing else away from this, I need some of y'all to check y'all's justice mentalities. I need some of y'all to rethink the way we think about people who are considered to be criminals based off of the way that the law is written. Because a lot of this is just really deeply familiar, and y'all don't realize how common it is. That's the thing that I don't think I realize. So much of like trying to decide, oh, what is legally correct or whatever, and then deciding, okay, well, this person has violated the law, so they must be punished. Pay the legal fees. I saw so many people say, well, she should have to pay the legal fees because it's her fault, essentially. No. No, the point of messing things up or doing whatever, things that may be wrong legally or whatever, isn't actually so that you should be punished and experience some sort of major life-altering or ruining setback as recompense for the bad thing that you did. I bring my race into this because this is very common rhetoric. First of all, there's like a lot of layers to this, but for me, a lot of the things that we do just get criminalized off rip. Just existing in certain spaces while black, illegal, pulled over. What did I do? Nothing. Doing other activities are completely fine, illegal. So we're going to criminalize everything. Make sure that you are almost like at odds with the law, just from jump of a lot of this stuff being racist in the first place, and then let this into the justice system, and we can justify any level of punitive action against you as long as we can prove that it's somehow just. I hate it really bad, and I have to call it out anytime I see it. It doesn't matter who it's for, whether it's a drag queen hiker or something else like that. So yeah, I don't want us to be chat, I'm gonna word this really weirdly on purpose. I wish we could stop being so horny for justice. Does that make sense? That's all I ask. Because it's never actually justice. That's not ever what it is. A lot of times we're getting really excited for punitive actions, which are not helpful and are not actually doing anything to get people on the right track or anything like that. So yeah, I got a little fatigued looking at some of this discourse. I'm just telling you, because why not throw that perspective in there? Anyways. Someone said this is why politics and voting is so important. Corporations are even given more power with this administration. Yeah, it's getting worse and worse. Someone said I wasn't prepared for that warning. Yeah, well, I said it weird on purpose so you never forget it. The next... Because here's the thing too, though. You know what the most annoying thing is, low-key, about trying to be woke? Is that I have to check myself more than anybody. As an American, that justice mentality that lives within this country definitely lives within me. I tend to have very black and white thinking going into situations. And I'm like, well, who was wrong and who was right? I'm like, oh, well, it's against the law. So, like, it's pretty bad because... I grew up here. I was indoctrinated by a lot of this stuff. And I was told very frankly, well, if you don't want your life ruined, don't ever do anything wrong. As if getting your life ruined is somehow a valid response to doing something wrong. So yeah, I tell this to you as also part of trying to unpack this for me. We shouldn't be so eager to see what we perceive to be punitive justice. Is not it, dog. It's not it. Someone said we all brainwashed. We are so brainwashed up in here, but we try not to be, and that's all that matters. That's really all that matters. Anyways, someone said wait, he's black. There's no way that somebody in chat said that. No one said that. What do you mean wait, he's black? Wait, he's black? Yes, I am. Or if you didn't know, there's no reason to be mean. Hi, yes, it's I, a black American. Blackity black. What can I say? I mean, to be fair, like, I could be other things. You could be black in something else. Maybe I'm black and white. Maybe I'm black in this, but I'm just black. For me personally, I don't mind it. Someone said 5 people said that. 5 people said that. It's fair. It's fair. It's okay. All right, so closing some of these tabs so I don't confuse myself before I get back into it, because we're going to start looking at some of the things that Patagonia said. Okay, yes. Someone said they were joking. Surely they were joking, yes. There's some things that I feel like you should not assume about people. I mean, maybe there's even some things that you should not assume about me. A lot of people do assume my gender, which is fine, because they're usually not wrong, even though they're also not right. But you can assume that I'm black. Don't worry. I'm not offended by that. By any means. I'm not offended. Someone in chat said, while Patty violated the terms of the agreement regarding the logo, that this has been blown entirely out of proportion and she should not have to pay the legal fees and settle out of court. Agreed. Now let's go ahead and look at some of the things that Patty is saying. Someone said, I thought you were a person. I am also a person. Like all other black people. Okay, let's see. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just happy it's Black History Month again. That's the thing that I feel like a lot of people don't realize. Like, Black History Month is Black History Month, obviously. So we got February. Pride Month is also Black History Month. I don't know if you've ever heard anyone say that. But if they disagree with it, don't let them. I'm just telling you. Word to the wise. It's Black History Month again, and I couldn't be happier. Also, the other 10 months are also Black History Month in America, but that's okay. Let's see. I feel like we have multiple months coinciding all the time. Like, it should always be Pride Month, and it should always be Black History Month, and it should always be we've got like Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. It should always be all month. It should always be all of the months simultaneously. In my opinion, we should always be so excited, but that's okay. I'll take my meager allotment of June. Let's see. It should be everybody's month. The lawsuit. Okay, so we're gonna get to what Patagonia said, which is here. All right, so starting with their blog post, I guess. Patagonia says, that is so small. Could we not make this bigger? We can. Over the past several years, we've tried to find a path forward that would allow Patagonia to continue their work while also protecting the Patagonia trademark. These conversations have included multiple proposals, each intended to support that path, along with ongoing dialogue and genuine efforts to avoid this ending up in court. Unfortunately, we could not reach an agreement. Patagonia has a responsibility to protect the company that generations of employees have helped build. The corporation is lecturing me about their responsibility to sue an individual. I'm sorry, I'm getting the ick. Not because a name matters more than people, but because that name carries trust, purpose, and decades of work connected to environmental activism, products, storytelling, and okay. I need to find a meme to give you my full reaction to this. Silence, brand. This is how I feel right now. Stop telling me. Stop it. I'm proud of y'all. No, I'm not proud of y'all. It's cool that you donated millions and millions of dollars to the environment, but that doesn't change the fact that you are, at the end of the day, a for-profit corporation. Protecting the Patagonia trademark is part of protecting the ability of this company to continue doing that work in the future. Yeah, it's clearly so threatened by a drag queen's existence. This matter is not about seeking financial gain, nor is it about challenging anyone's identity or right to advocacy, protest, or creative expression. The last thing we wanted was a legal fight with someone who shares our values, but we must protect our business and employees. That's the funny thing. No, you mustn't. Or maybe you do, but that's not what you're doing via this. And let's see, kind of going to Patagonia's CEO, not the guy who sold the company, but the guy who currently runs the joint, talked about this actually live at an event. Pulling that right here. This one is really interesting. All right, probably gonna have to turn this up for y'all. Let's see, volume, we'll do 300. Get my headphones back on. Unmute this and make it full screen.
This.
And we've never tried to stop that. When Patty started selling apparel, then started a business, then filed trademark applications for the exclusive use of Patagonia in apparel and environmental advocacy, and then wouldn't have a conversation. This is really a problem.
Lies. This is straight up lies, because the first time we heard from Patagonia after filing our trademark application was 4 months later, when their internal lawyer emailed to say that Patagonia had filed the lawsuit against me for trademark infringement. So there was
Patagonia is being very, like, they're being very chill. They're trying to seem very reasonable and just like, oh guys, we tried so hard not to sue her, but we just had to after she trademarked her own name, which is not Patagonia.
Was no conversation, not because I wasn't willing to have it, but because Patagonia, you never reached out. You blindsided us. So I'll tell you what's really going on here. Either you, Ryan Geller, CEO of Patagonia, are lying to the public, or the people under you are lying directly to your face. Speaking of trademarks, not only did I submit my trademark to the US Patent and Trademark Office, but it passed the first step, and the examining attorney found it, and I quote, not confusingly similar to Patagonia's mark.
Again, maybe because these are two different words, and Patty is not currently trying to trademark anything that actually belongs to Patagonia. So I agree with her so far.
Patagonia, from the beginning, all I've wanted is peace. And I don't think you're entitled to what I'm about to do, and you certainly don't deserve it for your extremely disappointing behavior, but I'm going to offer it to you right now. You're saying the issue is the trademark? I'm willing to drop the trademark.
You can't say she's being unreasonable. Honestly, when I heard that, I was just like, dog, there's so many layers of obfuscation in this story, and the vast majority of them are trying to paint Patty as some unhinged, crazy, hysterical drag queen fighting this losing battle against the corporation, but so far, all these concessions, man. Okay, I'm going to stop with the logo parody. I'm willing to drop the trademark, but Patagonia is still going forward with this, by the way.
And if I do that, you drop the lawsuit. Because in that same video of you speaking on stage to other corporate CEOs, you also said this.
The issue that we're wrestling with isn't about trying to silence somebody. The issue that we're wrestling with is not trying to take somebody's identity away.
So if this is true, that it's about the trademark, then you'll drop the lawsuit. But if you don't, then we'll know what this is really about. Patagonia trying to erase my identity and my whole community's activism. I'm handing you what you're asking for, so it's your move, Patagonia. The offer is on the table, and now the whole world is watching. What are you gonna do?
Well, she's not wrong. Here I am watching. If you look at some of the comments on this, which you should never do on TikTok, but we're going to do it anyway. Glutton for punishment, perhaps. Let's see. Bottom line, should Patagonia have to change her name? No, agree. Should Patagonia have to stop using Patagonia's, the brand's logos and likeness for profit? Yes. I'm going to spontaneously combust. I agree with the top comment on the TikTok. I think it's reasonable. I swear to God that this platform literally just cultivates the most rancid takes rising to the top usually, but for some reasons there was a disturbance in the ether, and I agree with the top comment. Of course, we get down here and we're starting to get real stupid. I 100% agree with Patagonia. Stop. You're in the wrong. They're suing you for $1. All they're doing is protecting their trademarks. Sorry, but I'm on their side. No, Chad. Again, a corporation suing an individual for $1 and also their legal fees is absolutely not $1. Patagonia wouldn't exist without Patagonia. What's really funny is when people are trying to dunk on you, but they're actually right. This commenter is correct that Patty the drag queen would not exist without Patagonia, but the Patagonia in question isn't the clothing brand. It's the geographical region in which people are hiking, because that's Patty's whole thing. Anyways, I'm sorry, but you're making me agree with Patagonia here. Everyone, please go read the email Patagonia sent to Patty. She happily agreed to not use their trademark and then proceeded to come out with merch. She didn't sell merch with their trademark stuff. Patagonia is right. I think Patagonia is right. So I almost want to say I can't blame anybody for like 100% being on the side of Patagonia, but I guess if I'm being honest, it took me like Just multiple hours of research trying to sift through what they were saying and what she was saying and what was actually true. And the truth does lie somewhere in the middle, but it is much closer to Patty's version of events than it is to whatever Patagonia's legal team is cooking up right now. Someone said Reddit is on Patagonia's side too. It's so weird. But is it weird? Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this right now. I agree with you that it's weird, but I see this a lot when it comes to people who are marginalized, where you just get no benefit of the doubt at all. None. I do genuinely feel like a large part of this is like Reddit and even progressive Reddit's not progressive, but there are progressive spaces where people are still largely on the corporation side. Even supposedly progressive spaces, we do still absolutely do this sort of like ritual where we move from person to person and decide to randomly have the worst takes about them. And I kind of feel like that's what's going on here. Now, this is starting to get very vague, so I'm not going to go too much into detail, but it's been multiple times where a Patty or someone like her, I notice, is like, why does everyone have such a weird and strong reaction to this? And it's just, it pisses me off, man. It pisses me off. But that's okay. That's okay. Someone said, TikTok and Reddit users being on the corporate side sounds normal to me, full of trolls and teenagers. Yeah, it's not like we were going to get the most, I shouldn't say sane. That's not fair to people who are not sane. It's not like we were going to get the most accurate takes from places like this, but I just wanted y'all to see, for as much as I presented things here, there's a whole lot of people who are just saying, well, no, you're completely wrong, etc. Someone said, I hate people that base their morals on legality and BS takes, like corporations are just like us. Yeah, it's kind of painful. Anyways, let's keep going into what Patagonia was saying. So they put out their little blog post. The CEO was discussing it on stage, which Patty was not a fan of. And then most recently, they have also put out a giant Instagram statement about this. Let's see. I guess when I say giant, it's literally only one page, but it's okay. There's a lot going on. I can't speak. There's a lot going around about the lawsuit we filed in January to protect our trademarks, and we owe you an update. We wish this lawsuit had not been necessary, and we want to acknowledge any hurt it has caused, especially in the LGBTQ+ community. We don't want to argue trademark law on social media. Importantly, we continue to want to resolve this. As we have said to Patagonia, we can do that if they withdraw all trademark applications, stop using our logos, stop selling and promoting apparel and other products as Patagonia. No, that's the part that doesn't make any sense. She is right in that they are basically trying to take her name away. It's Patagonia. Why would you not be allowed to sell merch that has your own name on it if your name is not Patagonia and is not a play on this brand's name? If we can agree on this, they say, we can work out everything else, and Patagonia could continue as a performer and activist. Ooh. Is anybody reading this as a threat? I've read this statement multiple times over the course of me trying to get this video together. And just now I read it and I kind of got chills. Like, I'm not trying to be dramatic. I literally got chills from this. If we can agree on this, we can work out everything else. And Patagonia could continue as a performer and activist. Dude, I don't think she's like cuckoo bananas for saying, hey, I feel like this corporation is trying to erase me. I don't think she's misreading the situation. I truly don't believe that. I think that they are. And this is just such strange and odd language. We share common ground with them, including the goal of saving our home planet and creating a more inclusive outdoors. No, you don't. You can never share the same goal as a person. Because again, you're not a person. Patagonia's only goal is to make profit. Don't get that twisted. I think a lot of people do not understand how the structure of this works. Let's go back to the beginning. environmental philanthropy. Okay, hold on. I jump back. This whole little thing where they're greenwashing and like Earth is our only shareholder. Yes, we sold the company. Okay, sure. 98% of their stock is owned by the Holdfast Collective, which, by the way, is still answering to the owner and his family. This nonprofit may be receiving all of the bonus profit that Patagonia chooses to give them. However, it's still absolutely true that Patagonia's profit is also invested into Patagonia first. They're not some sort of like angel company that is different from other corporations just because they like to take pictures of people outside and they answer to people who donate a lot of money. This is still a brand. It's a company. It's a corporation. It absolutely cannot have the best interest of anything at heart other than increasing value for shareholders, even if your shareholder is a 501c3 nonprofit. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. Some people may disagree with me, but I think the thing that you have to be really careful about is like not playing this game of billionaires are fine. Actually, these are the one billionaires that it's okay to be on their side. No, it's not. Who does this nonprofit answer to? The billionaire who still retains a 2% stake in this company, the owner. So it's not really like anything is massively different. I'm happy and I would vastly prefer that more companies were run like Patagonia, but that's like a band-aid on the idea that I don't think companies like this should reach this level of capital in the first place, in my opinion. In my opinion. Someone said anarchy. Yeah, no, like, I mean, yeah. Let's not talk about anarchism and sort of the idea that even copyright itself as it's currently instituted is very much used as like a cudgel. One thing that I saw a lot of people saying was, well, you have to care. You have to care about copy. I'm going to put this in the video. I saw so many people saying you have to care about copyright infringement right now. You have to, because we're in the age of AI and small artists are this, that, the other. Yes, I agree, but multiple things are true. Whereas I think we should very much care about people's rights to the things that they create. Patagonia is still not a person in the traditional sense, and this is not really a case of somebody's livelihood is at stake. Actually, the person whose livelihood is at stake is the drag queen, not the $1 billion corpo. So that's sort of my take on that. That's my take on that right there. Okay, so looking at this, also like way too much greenwashing for Patagonia when you yourself can kind of look into how these clothes are made. The thing is, Patagonia doesn't necessarily make those clothes themselves. They contract other factories, and these factories, as this investigation says, is the same factories making fast fashion. Textile workers are being exploited. It goes into a lot of detail about what they found in Sri Lanka and these other places, etc. I strongly encourage anybody who thinks Patagonia is actually a good company to investigate thoroughly every aspect of what's going on there, and you will find that they are a less bad company, which is not the same thing as being a good company, because you can't be a good $1 billion corporation. That doesn't happen. Anyways, moving on from this. Closing that. Okay, so we talked about they're still a corporation. Blah 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 blah. The factories, the stickers, Patagonia's blog post. Oh yeah, okay, and let's see right here. So to Patagonia's big, we're not really threatening you, except we kind of are thing. Patty responded, and this is the last thing that we have. This is less than 24 hours ago, 21 hours ago. Patty said, Patagonia just posted their quote-unquote offer to settle. When I told you that they were trying to erase my advocacy, their bullet number 3 is what I was talking about. Stop selling and promoting apparel and other products as Patagonia. I agree. Patagonia is not just talking about my upcycled t-shirt merch in that bullet point. They're talking about the partnership work with other brands that I've done for years to pay for the education, advocacy, and activism that me and my team do. if I can't do partnerships as Patagonia, it breaks the whole ecosystem of advocacy and community engagement. And they understand this because their work is built on the exact same model. Advocacy work funded through commercial work. Kind of clock them with that one. They are doing the same thing. So they would know effectively that this change would just basically prevent Patty from doing anything unless she changed her name, which she shouldn't have to do. Bullet points number 1 and number 2, I've already said I would agree to. Bullet number 3, absolutely not. No deal, Patagonia. And so, yeah, no, like, that's it. There's no other statements. There's no other details. If Patty knows more about this, if the brand knows more about this, we don't have that info. But based off of what we have, I just completely cannot agree with so many people saying, well, Patagonia is right because one time you were distributing stickers that were a little too close to their logo, so they're right to sue you over using the name Patagonia, which is based off of a geographical region. No. The end. Do we have anything else that we want to add before I wrap this up? We've been talking about this for an hour and 23 minutes, and I think we did pretty good. I feel pretty good about the way I presented that, actually. Hold on, let me go through my outline. So we talked about Patagonia and their environmental philanthropy. We talked about Patty and where her name came from and the region itself and how it's a hiking mecca. We talked about some of her merch and their products. We talked about their lawsuit, etc. Examples like JanSport and Trixie Mattel and how they navigated similar issues. We talked about Patty talking like, hey, this happened, etc. Lexi Love and why Patty may have been trademarking her name in the first place. Patagonia being quite litigious with their stuff, Anheuser-Busch and Gap and Nordstrom, etc. We looked at the stickers and how they're being distributed, how Patagonia is still $1 billion for-profit corporation, obviously, and ultimately the conclusion is like legality is not morality. Anything else? Anything else? Someone said, I will always stand with the working people. Yeah, like you can't really go wrong by doing that. Here's the thing. And I'm going to be really honest with you. I'm going to be quite honest. I believe a intellectually dishonest reading on this for me would be if like I tried to downplay parts where I kind of thought Patty might have been moving wrong. I don't think the sticker thing was a good idea. I just don't think it was very smart. Like if I was trying to, I don't know, hide all of that and be like, oh no, she didn't do nothing. I don't think the things that she did would ever be a justification for what is happening now. That's how I feel. That's me. That's my take on this. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't be the one to agree with all of this. So much backlash against what she's saying, and it just feels very out of place, completely blown out of proportion. It's not right. Someone said we can talk about what Patagonia could have done, which is support Patagonia. Yeah, here, let me give you my headcanon. Let me give you my headcanon right now. I don't want this to happen now, by the way. Screw Patagonia. But this would have been the easiest thing ever. The easiest thing ever. Patagonia. All her pictures are so cool, man. We'll do this one right here. Patagonia X Patagonia Summer 26 would have been crazy. It just would have been crazy. It would have been so good. And then because Patty is already somebody who is completely okay with not pushing forward for this trademark and not ever using their logos outside of agreed upon things, y'all literally could have been like, hey, we need to like rework our partnership, but I think we could do this in a way that would be mutually beneficial and probably do the craziest collab. Y'all can do some crazy collabs. This would be good for Patty's goal of acquiring cash so that she can put it back into her advocacy work. This would be good for Patagonia's goal of ruthlessly profiting off of people who actually care about things. And I think you could probably get some dope things because I trust Patty's design instincts. She is a very cool person, and I believe she would probably have me dripped out. That might be the first time I actually tried to buy something Patagonia. But instead, y'all chose lawsuit like you always do, and that's just sad. It's just sad. Someone said for Pride Month they could have worked with a queer drag queen. Instead, they sued a queer drag queen. It's unbelievable. It's literally like There's no way that y'all put this statement out on June 1st. There's no way. Unbelievable, man. But anyways, no final thoughts. That's all I've got to say. That's all I've got to say about that. I think I'm so happy with that. I really am. Sorry, chat. I can't imagine. Like, sometimes I might seem weird when I finish a thing and I'm like, oh, I'm so yay. But like, it can be very difficult to talk about things like this on the internet. It's never difficult in this specific space because I made my own little bubble where the rest of the internet isn't real, right here with you all in this chat, which I appreciate. But like, does anybody else just get straight up anxiety from how people talk to each other online? I know I do. I'm not talking about anxiety as in I feel like anxious in a emotional way. I'm talking about my anxiety disorder flaring up because everybody online is just so angry and I don't respond well. I don't respond well to anger. I think there are things that you should be angry about. And honestly, what Patagonia did is angering. Patagonia, the brand, not Patty. But just seeing these conversations devolve into space where there's no nuance and everyone's just mad and everyone's an idiot. You're just an idiot. Like, let me ask you this. If you came into this stream and you were actually 100% on Patagonia, the brand side, because maybe you just have a different opinion than me, or maybe you didn't have all the context, do you feel like I was calling you an idiot? That's the thing that I really like. I don't want to do that in my content. I used to be into it when I was younger. I won't lie. I thought I was smarter than everybody else. But nowadays, I just like, wouldn't it be better if I could just explain my perspective without, I don't know. Like there's people I will always be mean to, obviously. I'm always going to be mean to the racists. I'm always going to be mean to the misogynists, the transphobes. Honestly, y'all could, yeah, I can't say what y'all could do because then I would get sued. But like, I just feel like we can have this level of conversation about anything. It doesn't have to be crazy cuckoo bananas with everybody just mad. It doesn't have to be like that. Someone said no. I'm glad you don't feel stupid because you're not stupid. I don't think looking at the situation, not having all the facts and agreeing with Patagonia's very carefully worded legal approved statements and thinking that they're in the right means you're a bad person or you came into this with the wrong intentions. I think you're just straight up being misled by them trying to misrepresent things and paint Patty as the villain. But no. Absolutely not, dog. Anyways, someone said the important part is you started this as it ain't being a legal opinion. And I'll end it that way. I'm going to drink some water and record an outro. You don't have to say bye to YouTube because they can't see you this time, which is sad. In conclusion, I will reiterate, I didn't pass the bar exam. The only bar I'm worried about is the one I set every single day by coming onto YouTube and just being the absolute hands down funniest, smartest, hottest, most incredible. Okay, sorry, I'll stop. I'm not a lawyer and I don't purport anything I said in this video to be legal advice. I'm sure the law is sadly on the corporation side. Shock horror, but I just morally have my own personal human opinion, and forgive me for wanting to side with people who are actually people. But anyways, that's all I've got. Hopefully you never have to think about this ever again. I know I will certainly try not to, but yeah, I actually recorded this video live right here on YouTube, where I stream quite frequently Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern time, unless of course I don't, in which case I'm probably just, I don't know, at the beach. But yeah, I look forward to seeing you in the next stream or the next video, and if not, it doesn't matter at all. Okay, bye. Excuse me. Okay, stay here. We're still streaming. That was just my recording. People keep talking about Obsession. Should I watch Obsession? I see so much talk about Obsession. For those of you who don't know, it's another horror movie made by, I think, somebody from YouTube, right? Wait, I maybe shouldn't Google this because I don't know if weird things are going to come up. Images. I see like so much positive talk about Obsession and it makes me excited. Like I want to watch it. Oh, here we go. Open image, a new tab. Yeah, it's this one right here. So many people are saying yes. Someone said I hated that movie. Oh, okay. Someone said it's pretty good. It's so good. I would not recommend it lightly. Okay. What else do we got? Someone said I never comment in the chat, but oh my God, you have to watch Obsession. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to watch this for that person who said they hated it. I appreciate all of y'all's recommendations, but I want to see if I can maybe empathize with that person. If I come back and I'm like, I'm sorry, chatter, I like the movie quite a bit, it'll just be like that. But I'm going to sit down and I'm going to be like, I want to know why that one person in my chat did not rock with this movie that everyone else liked. I saw someone else say, watch I Love Boosters. Yes, please go watch I Love Boosters if you're down for weird movies with sometimes disturbing imagery, but hilarious things going on. It's a fantastic film. Okay, anyways, closing all of this. Goodbye. Other topics. We got some other topics coming up later. I can tell y'all what another video I have is coming up. That's not how grammar works. I can tell y'all about another video that I have coming up. Charli D'Amelio. I know you're thinking to yourself, there is no way that in the year of our Lord 2026, D'Angelo is actually gonna try to make a Charli D'Amelio video happen. No, actually, it's kind of interesting. So here's the thing. When Charli was doing what she was doing on TikTok, I wasn't watching it. Honest to God. So I didn't really know much about her. But what happened recently is that there's been rumors, unconfirmed, that her father has apparently stolen like millions of dollars from her. Which he denied, obviously, and he said, no, Charli has been misled. And I was like, what is going on here? And then people in the comments were like, oh yeah, y'all don't know, like Charli has had a lot going on with her and her family. So I started looking into it deeper and finding out that her dad is like a super Republican and just a lot of crazy stuff going on there. Absolutely not great people. And Charli herself, you can kind of low-key reframe a lot of her career through just her being a young person having this thrust upon her. This whole, all her dreams and stuff got twisted into an internet career that maybe she didn't want. And now she's off dancing on Broadway, which seems to be more in line of what she was doing before, which was just dancing. And I started thinking back about Charli and all the times that she's been in controversies and stuff like that. And I realized it was never really that bad. Or if it was definitely things that her parents were making her do. Obviously, usually I wouldn't give anybody the benefit of the doubt like that. But if you're literally a child, I think it's fair to be like, well, was this something that she actually wanted to do? People were pointing to her like reality show and they're like, you got to watch her show. You can see parts where she was like sad or stressed about having to do this brand deal and her parents were like, okay, and I'm just like, so what I'm doing right now is I can't confirm. Someone said the reality show was so sad. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna like research and see what people are saying and then just make a video about like, whoa, I had no idea what was going on with this, and maybe you should know too. But yeah, what a mess. Can I say this? Please don't get mad at me. Please don't get mad at me. I knew her dad was a Republican though, because he named his daughter Dixie. This isn't Dixie D'Amelio's fault. It's a name. You can't control your name. I mean, you can if you want to, but I guess like from the moment I heard about the D'Amelio sisters and I was like Charli and Dixie D'Amelio, I was like, oh, this is a MAGA family right here. They were kids though, so I wasn't blaming the kids. It wasn't their fault at all. But I was like, you named your daughter Dixie? Dude, you named your daughter Dixie when the Dixie Chicks specifically took Dixie out of their name and just rebranded as the Chicks and the cool, awesome, dope band that they are, because they knew that was not the move. Oh, nah. I knew something was off there, but I didn't realize that he was literally a Republican politician. It's crazy, but we'll get into that later. I have more research to do. Someone said, what does Dixie mean? Oh man, oh me, oh my. Dixie, also known as Dixieland or Dixie's Land, was a nickname for all or parts of the southern United States. Basically, it's very much giving Confederate Deep South. It's very evocative of like the Confederacy, I believe, is most people's issue. It says Dixie may include only the Deep South or the states that seceded during the American Civil War, aka the ones who were like, no, slavery, we want to be able to do it, so screw you guys, we're keeping our slaves. It's a very loaded term. It's the kind of thing where like, maybe I wouldn't 100% blame somebody for not knowing this or associating it with that, but you can't be that unaware. You certainly can't. It's a wild term, dog. It's very wild. Someone said, I've never heard of that as a Canadian. Thank you for the info. But that's the thing about being an American, or like what I mean is like, everyone has to do this with their own countries. But me as an American dealing with things that can be considered American hate symbols, I have to always be context dependent. Because like, I can't just assume that something is bad just because it has something like this. Like Dixie D'Amelio's mere existence, I'm not going to say she's a bad person because of her name. She didn't choose that. But I always have to like judge things on a case-by-case basis of like, is this weird? Or am I being weird? It's wild, man. It's wild. Reading chat. Someone said everything is so overly rooted in racism. In this country, yes. One thing that bothers me sometimes is when I see people talking about Americans online, they will get mad at us. Okay, first of all, you should, because I know y'all, we're weird, and I'm sorry. But one thing that I see people say all the time is like, Americans are so obsessed with race. Or they'll roll their eyes in a very elevated European way or wherever they're from, and they'll be like, oh my gosh, this is just silly Americans being obsessed with race obsessed Americans as always. Well, if your country was in the ocean, don't you think you would be a little bit preoccupied with water? That's how I feel as a race obsessed American. It is quite literally baked into every facet of my existence. Everything I do can technically be viewed, and probably should for my own safety, through a political lens that has very much to do with my race. It's not something that I can afford not to be obsessed with. I have to know these things. I have to be aware. I have to always be asking what people's intentions are. You certainly can't assume good things in this country. I assume neutral though. I don't assume bad things. It makes me sleep better at night. So yeah, like, I guess I can kind of understand the criticism, but at the same time, I feel like it mostly stems from people who are a little bit unaware of just how deeply ingrained it is into literally everything. It's so bad. Someone said, I just learned some phrases that are rooted in racism yesterday. Yeah, you are always constantly learning. Actually, one that I didn't even realize. Here, I'm going to give you an example right now. I use this word. You can probably find me saying it on stream, which is pretty bad, and I'm sorry. But I've said like jip before because I didn't know how it was spelled. I just kind of thought it was like a JIP thing. And it just means like you've gotten scammed. Honestly, you got gypped on something, you got screwed or whatever. I didn't realize it was just a shortened slur. It says right here it's offensive. It's actually literally just taking what many Roma people say is a slur for them and just shortening it to one syllable and then unilaterally applying that to people who are swindling or scamming you. I didn't know that. I was 27 years old, still just saying like, oh, I got a drink and it wasn't filled up all the way. And I would joke and say I wouldn't say that now. It's literally things like this. This is what I was saying earlier too about me trying to be woke. I have to check myself. I can't just assume everything I'm saying is with good intentions. But yeah, maybe don't use words that literally say that they are offensive in the actual dictionary. Maybe don't. It says right here, associated with and likely comes from that word, a term for a Rom person or for the Romani language. Absolutely not cool. Although this word is still used by some Roma as a neutral or positive self-descriptor, its use by others evokes negative stereotypes and is increasingly considered offensive. And I was just like, wow, I didn't know that. And that's fine. It's okay to not know things. It's not okay to not change your behavior after the fact. So I just think a little bit harder and I try to find other words. Besides, it's actually much more fun to say scam, swindle, or hoodwink, bamboozle. You know, I was using it because it sounded funny, which is a crazy thing to say about something that was offensive. There are other funny sounding words to refer to me getting tricked. So that are absolutely not trying to low-key refer to a bunch of people as swindlers. Crazy. Dog, wild. But yeah, that's the world that we live in. This is the language that we speak that has all of these things baked into it. So every day I try not to be terrible. Someone said I didn't know. I thought it was spelled with a J. I literally thought it was spelled with a J. Like, it sounds like it would be, but what can you do? Okay, let me check on the footage for the thing that I just recorded and make sure that looks nice and fantastic. And then I want to talk a little bit about Pride Month because I have something to say. You should have known. You should have known from jump that I would have an opinion. Okay, wait, let me rename this. We're going to rename this Pattie Gonia. I spelled that in all caps for some reason. I hope I don't get sued for naming my file Patagonia. And I'm just going to move this over to my drive. Okay, cool. Pride Month. I want to talk about something that I don't see represented too often. I want to lay down some parameters. First of all, Pride Month is great. This is not me dunking on the month itself. It's great. I'm happy that we're all here. Does anybody sometimes feel like because of the letter that you are, or the combination of letters that you are totally misunderstood? Even sometimes in your own community? That's how I feel. What I'm doing, I'm not comparing myself to like other people or saying like, oh, if you're, I don't know, this, then you must have a much easier time being understood in society. That's literally not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is like, sometimes I see us make progress in our understanding of various LGBT identities and I get really excited, but then I start thinking about how I want that for myself as well. As a non-binary person, as a non-binary man, ooh, I feel sometimes quite misunderstood on a very global scale. I think most people would be confused as to what that even means. And I'm like, oh, well, that kind of sucks because it's not even complicated a little bit, but it's not always easy for me to point to like great representation because we're not really there yet. Of like, oh yeah, like I'm like this character, you know, this character. Well, who? And then it's like for me, I also feel pretty similarly being a spec, and I feel like, oh Lord Almighty. It's like because there are so many ways that you can be on the ace spectrum, right? I feel like I don't want to say nobody. But God, I feel like almost nobody actually understands what that means because it can mean so many different things. I've been explaining to people. I think the problem that I run into a lot of times is like when I tell people, essentially like, yes, it's me, a queer ace non-binary man, and they're like, great, so you're gay, and I'm like, first of all, if I was, men would thank me, but I'm not. That's not what I said. When I said actually queer aspec non-binary man, I didn't say gay. That's not a thing that I am. I know there's a lot of pink in the background and it confuses some people, but like, man, I really, really want some more representation. We're not going hard enough. I know people are getting mad at like, oh no, they put a gay character in the show for kids. No, we need to go harder. They need to keep the gay characters in there. I need y'all to also start throwing some other people in there too. Please put me in there. Put me in, coach. Put me in, coach, so I can stop explaining to people that they are so deeply confused about the words that I'm saying, which do have meanings, which are not the same things that they think. And then like sometimes occasionally running into even LGBT people who don't like actually know what ace means is funny. But that being said, the thing that I think tends to confuse people is that I could just as easily be gay. That's the issue in people's minds. Me saying aspec, non-binary, queer man, I could also be gay. And that wouldn't be a contradiction with anything that I've said. Not even a little bit. But I just think like sometimes I feel like here's how I would describe it. In people's attempt to understand me and connect with what I'm telling them, I can feel them reframe their perception of me through a lens that doesn't apply to me at all. I feel myself getting slotted into a category, and they feel like, oh, they finally understand me. And I'm like, no, you just assigned me to something that was easier for you to understand. And that's not exactly the same thing as understanding, but it's okay. It's okay. It's all right. It's not that big of a deal at all. I'm not like mad at anybody, but yeah, I just bring this up to say we have someone's work to do. And I also hope that this doesn't come across as me saying if you are a different identity, people automatically understand you. I don't even really think people understand. I shouldn't say this. But sometimes I feel like people don't understand what any of the letters mean. There are some people who I swear to God, if I pointed to any of the letters in the phrase LGBTQIA 2S+, you could add as many as you want to. I believe in all of them. Obviously, we should be together. And I say, okay, what does that one mean? And they give me the correct definition of it. Sometimes I feel like they know the definition, but they still don't really understand what that means. And I can't do anything about that feeling. I'm like, okay, so we agree, yes, broadly, seemingly on this, but do you believe what you agree? It's tricky, man. It's tricky out here. Someone say you have to be in the know to know. Sometimes you do. Someone say it's so allo coded. Well, yeah, that's the thing too, is like, a lot of our understanding of these things are framed through a lens that is inherently like not ace, which is fine, which is totally okay. But yeah, I think like for me, I feel like I want to talk about it a little bit more this month. Just maybe one additional comment here or there. I've never actually even told anybody what I mean by ace, because the thing is like, if you're just going off of the broad definition of it, is there a broad definition for this? Asexual, ace meaning asexuality. Yeah, we've been here before. The lack of sexual attraction to others or low or absent interest in or desire for sexual activity. Is there anybody here who is ace and thinks this is a very incomplete definition? Because that's me. That's me personally. I personally know a lot of ace people who I would not say have a lack of sexual attraction to others or a low or absent interest in or desire for sexual activity. It doesn't really apply to a lot of people. Now, thankfully, Wikipedia goes on to say immediately, it also may be categorized more widely to include a broad spectrum of asexual sub-identities. And this is where you start getting into things that I feel like are a little bit more accurate. But honestly, just the idea of like it just being like there's nothing there. For many people that is true, and honestly for me it is also kind of true. But like that's not how I've experienced the identity, and that's not how I hear people talk about it. Okay, take two. I'm asking the ace people again. My working definition of ace, and I apologize because this is even broader, but I found it to be more accurate, is an attraction or lack thereof that exist outside of the traditional understanding of sexual attraction. That's what asexual means to me. It doesn't actually mean that you don't have it. It doesn't mean, for me personally, it very much means you can tell from science and philosophy and speaking to human beings that there is a dominant mode of how many people think about sexuality and what it means to have one or not have one. But whatever you have going on doesn't actually have anything to do with that dominant mode. And in my case, sometimes leads the dominant mode to sound like alien speak. I hear people talking about non-ace things and I'm just like, what? Oh, okay. And then sometimes for me, it leads to really scary situations where I'm like pretending to agree. I'm pretending to agree with like allo people. And I'm like, yeah, no, I totally experience that. No, I don't. That's how I'm ace. I'm not in the mix. Now, in this silly, goofy, outside of the traditional understanding space, you could be as attracted to others as you want, truthfully, and many people are. But yeah, I think for a lot of ace people, that may manifest as being ace and having an orientation specifically for romance in one direction or sexual attraction in another direction. You could be an ace lesbian. You could be gay and ace. I mean, that's the same thing, but you know what I mean? In my specific case, I do kind of have what is considered to be like one of the more traditional understandings of it. I don't have an orientation. I know that really throws people for a loop. I know that people don't believe me at all. But like an orientation does strongly imply that you were being pointed in some direction. And me, I'm just looking down at my watch, waiting for this all to end. That's how I feel about my specific experience of asexuality. It doesn't have anything to do with like attraction to human beings or like people. Like, I don't know how to describe it. There's just that I don't do it. I'm literally going 404, error 404. It's not a factor in my thought process ever. You could show me the hottest thing imaginable, and I would be able to agree with you. That like, wow, that's great. Yeah, whoa, that's cool. That's very aligned with traditional beauty standards, or whatever. But it doesn't inspire the desire to do anything. It doesn't inspire the desire to do anything at all in me. I feel nothing. I'm just like, I'm proud of hot people. That's what I do as an ace person. I actually more so feel like I'm the ally of everybody who's out there just being hot and sexy. I'm like, I'm so proud of you, because all I can do is cheer from the sidelines. It's so funny, it's so hilarious. Now what I think is also funny is like, for me, it just has a lot to do with who I am in general. It has a lot to do with my gender as well. Okay, work with me, my LGBT people. Who here obviously understands that your gender identity and your sexual orientation have nothing to do with each other, or more specifically, like, can be completely disconnected from each other? But does anybody still feel like they're just one thing in your case? I know that's not how everybody feels, but for me, it's literally all one thing. It's all one thing. The same way I think about, or don't think about, y'all is how I don't be thinking about me either. Just as like a player in the field of, I don't feel like I'm on the board. I feel the same way about my gender as I do about my sexuality or lack thereof, where it's just like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm really proud and happy for all my gendery peeps, but for me, what do you mean? I don't get it, and I never will, and that's okay. I tried to get it for so long. I did my time. I was in jail for many a year, actually multiple decades, of trying to be something that I wasn't, or trying not to be something that I was. I don't know what I was doing, but then I realized at some point I could just stop trying, and if that means I lived for 100 years and never once was like, oh my gosh, yeah, I want to do this, or oh my gosh, yeah, I must be this, then that must have been what I was, the lack thereof. It's so funny. It's so funny. Reading chat. Someone said, I'm femme, non-binary, and pansexual, and I feel like my pansexuality gets taken quote-unquote more serious when I'm presenting more non-binary, and people think it's a joke when I'm presenting more femme. Well, that's problematic in and of itself, too, because you're correct. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, and I'm just like, it just really shows how people conflate things that don't have to do with each other. Because, like, you presenting more non-binary, like, doesn't mean you're more likely to be pansexual at all. It's really interesting to think about in that way. And I also think too, this happens to everybody in varying different ways, but I know for sure, like, women just get their identities erased automatically. I feel like there's variations of this for all kinds of marginalized people. I experience this as a black person. I just get my identity erased just off jump because he's black, so he must obviously be some black dude, and I am, which is hilarious. But like, no, I notice a lot. Anybody who's perceived to be, it's just like it's people start using language that's very close to like it being a phase or an experiment or this, that, the other. And I'm just like, no, some people are actually this, that, the other. Or I think the thing that really sucks too is like when you're presenting in a way that people can identify or believe they can identify as gendered, they start erasing your actual identity of like, well, I'm seeing long hair and your name is, I don't know, like Jennifer, so you must not really be non-binary, even though you're telling me you use they, them pronouns and stuff like that. And I'm just like, save me. I see it a lot, but that's also why I'm just really happy that we have so many people nowadays who show all the varying configurations that you can be. You could be non-binary and still present in a way that would completely read as some people a woman, even though that's not what you are, just presenting femme. You could be a woman, which is hilarious. Like, there's just so many different ways of doing this. But yeah, no, I'm here for a more confusing Pride Month. That's what I want. I want this June, if I could sum up everything I just said, if you got one of them confusing identities, and we know that all the letters are confusing to people, even though they're allegedly doing their best, but if you got one of those super duper extra spicy confusing identities, I need you to be more confusing this month than usual. Don't explain anything to anyone. I think this month, the agenda, because you know there's obviously an Alphabet Mafia agenda we decide on every year, the agenda should be confusion. Everybody needs to be baffled and bamboozled by our behavior, I think, this month. So please know that there's no combination of words that you could tell me that I'm going to start invalidating you. I'm like, well, you can't be A, B, C, D. Unfortunately, I'd be caught in the mix as well. And I just think we should really go out there, just be menaces. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. Someone said wear makeup in the workplace. Put it on as much as you want. Show up looking like a drag queen, or wear no makeup in the workplace. Do what you got to do. Someone said, oh, I'm finally making an agenda meeting. Y'all knew there was an agenda. There really is an agenda. That's the funny thing. I mean, don't tell anybody I said this. But there is. The agenda, it gets labeled annoyingly of like, I don't know, they say the worst things on the agenda. Like, we're trying to like groom people or weird things with kids or whatever. No, all of that is fake news. Truthfully, I believe the LGBT agenda is chaos. That's what I believe. It's disruption. I can't, like, no matter who I've met that was in the community, it didn't matter if you were literally like, I don't know, like a 70-year-old, I don't know, like gay male, or just, I don't know, like some sort of really young person. You could be NB or this, that, the other. There's only one thing that I sense in common, and it's chaos. That's the only thing. I, as the person I am, I don't have much to do with anybody else, really. Even if you try to slot us in the same category, we're not a monolith. But there is that chaos that lives in people, and I feel like it manifests in different ways. Some people, they keep it internally, and that is valid. A lot of people got that chaos in them, but they just don't care about other people and what they're doing, and you shouldn't have to. So if you got that chaos in you and you're just like, I'm keeping it here because I'm tired of y'all, that's valid, but I'm still going to sense it. It's not even like they call it like a gaydar or whatever. No, it's a chaos radar. That's what it is, and that's what I go off of. And I ain't never been wrong. And I ain't never been wrong about it. Not even once. I don't assume people are gay. I can't do that, but I do assume, like, why do you got that chaos in you? Something's afoot. And then what happens? Call it Nike. That wasn't even a good play on words, but you get what I'm saying. It's hilarious. Someone said we queering the status quo. Exactly. And then someday none of us will seem weird. That's my silly LGBT dream, is that like there will be nothing meaningfully or deeply important about who I am in reference to other people. I think that's the thing that I feel like some people don't realize. I am very, very much currently for just visibility and loudness and constant like attention and education and all of this. But my end goal is that at one point we're also visible. None of us have to try. I want us to all be so visible that it's invisible. That's what I want. It's what I need, honestly, because then I feel like I could just be. I could just finally just like be a person. Everybody complains about like, oh my gosh, the theys are being annoying, or the thems, or the gays, or the lesbians, or this, that, the other. Like, this only really seems loud and visible to y'all because y'all don't actually realize how absurdly loud and visible the status quo, or rather heteronormativity, is. It's crazy. It's crazy. You could wake up, go throughout your day, talk to a few people, watch some programs. What am I, 80? Watch some television, read a few articles, maybe read a chapter or two of a book, waste too much time. I do that. There's a lot of time wasting in my day. And then go to bed. And you probably got hit with some sort of cis het visibility like 100 times. Maybe not 100. Maybe 80. Maybe 75, but I swear to God, everything in this world is just constantly so loud and so straight and so cis, literally all of the time. And so I just feel like we get hit with like, oh my gosh, they're throwing parades. Dog, the entire world has been one big parade that none of us was invited to. God forbid we try to have a little bit of fun on a weekend, is how I feel. And I'm not even usually out there at parades because they happen a lot of times in the summer and it's really hot and I struggle. But they are fun places to be. But yeah, no, like, please, I want us to be so visible to the point where it ceases being a thing. It really, yeah, I don't know. Because like, also thinking back when I was a kid watching kids media, for me, there weren't ever really like say gay characters. That wasn't really a thing that was ever going to be like a main character in anything when I was a child, because I was born in 1998. But do you know how many times I got the heteronormative romance story, which isn't real, by the way, reinforced in my child brain again and again and again and again? There was always a girl and a guy, and you get the girl, and it just happened again and again. Every movie had the kiss. And it's like everything was just formulated around proudly being as straight as possible. And it does a number on you. It does a number on you when you are a child. And you don't know what anything is, but you just feel low key like, am I missing something? Or you try to conform to what you're being shown 500 times and it feels bad. It doesn't feel nice. Or it just seems more difficult for you than it appears to be for other people. That's what happened to me. The hypervisibility of everything that I was not definitely made it longer for me to even know how to be visible as my own damn self. And that's crazy. But yeah, until things like that are common knowledge and we can move past them, catch me being real annoying in June. Catch me mentioning it over and over and making it my quote unquote entire personality. Oh, wait. I gotta complain about that too. I'm sorry, but straight people who say like LGBT people make it their entire personality are usually the kinds of people where their entire personality is being straight. I don't believe, first of all, it's not fair to reduce a human being to having a singular personality trait at all. But there have been a lot of people. I've certainly interacted with a few people, and I'm just like, have we ever had a conversation that was not in some way framed around your very heteronormative idea of romance or women or girls or loneliness or this or that thing? Like, dog, this is your whole personality. It is. How did I mess up by sitting in front of a pink background and talking in what you consider to be an annoying way? But like, nah, people are just, they don't get it. They don't get it, man. They don't get it. No. Reading chat. Someone said, no, you're right. It's always those football pros. Yeah, or like, I can bully people. Let me just bully people since I'm here. Even if it's not that. It's always somebody whose personality is just one thing, trying to crap on people for having hobbies. You be like, you legit be like, oh, you like, hey, let's get real personal. You like YouTube drama. Oh my God. You like K-pop. Oh my God. You're obsessed with, what else gets crapped on? Pop music. I get that one a lot because I listen to a lot of pop music and I see spaces in which people think the music they're listening to is more real somehow. Even though I listen to all genres of music, even country now. I have been listening to more country. It's crazy. They do all this, but then I'm like, I bet you know LeBron James' birthday. I see it. I was picking up a weird vibe from you. You thought I was listening to you rag on me for having a personality. I wasn't listening. I was trying to figure out what was bothering me. I bet you know LeBron James's birthday. Or I'm like, I bet you can name more than 10 people on your state's football team. I bet football is your entire person. Like, I swear to God, it's always those people. What do you mean? What do you mean everybody else is somehow being delusional and overly parasocial, but like you literally low-key think that you're friends with NBA players? It's crazy. Y'all ever see sports pros talking about players online? I swear to God, it will be the same people. And y'all have to verify this. I don't want to sound like I'm taking two disparate groups of people and smushing them together. It will literally be the same people thinking in their minds that people who watch YouTubers are too parasocial, which we are. And people who follow pop musicians are too parasocial. Everybody's too parasocial, and I think we need to get over it as a society. It will be those same bros who will then go online typing like, oh, yo, LeBron, like you could tell he was loving this moment after he did this. And I'm like, doggy, you do not know LeBron James. You don't know Tim Duncan. You don't know... I'm struggling here. I haven't watched football in a long time. You don't know Tony Parker. You don't know Manu Ginobili. I'm literally listing a bunch of people from the Spurs. You really genuinely think that you're friends with these people? Brett Favre is just like 1 degree of separation away from inviting you to a party out in wherever Brett Favre would go party. It's crazy how parasocial people can be about sports, but it's seen as completely acceptable and somehow above being parasocial about anything else. Nah, dog, no. Someone's not even in those circles. Yeah, people do this for real. Now, my opinion on parasociality, which you have to know, is completely biased because I make my living doing YouTube. What next? That's how I feel about the parasocial conversation. Okay, we've established that we are all a little bit too parasocial. Where do we go from here? I think I'm a little bit tired of hearing about this with no solutions. I feel the same way about being chronically online. Chat, I'm going to be honest with you. I barely know anyone who's not chronically online. I barely know anyone. I know some people. I really do. But even the family members that I'm thinking of that don't use the internet the same way we use the internet, of like knowing too many things about things that don't really matter. That's how I use it, and I get great joy out of that. But they're still chronically online in other ways, though. Like, they will be watching like hours and hours of YouTube. I'm talking about your random uncle who, I don't know, is a mechanic and could not name James Charles or distinguish him from Jeffree Star. Probably has like 5 favorite YouTubers and spends a lot of time watching them. Certainly not everybody, but we've all moved into a very online space where you can be chronically online by doing anything. Your interest is cars. I bet you could, you could watch so much car content and constantly be in car spaces and know about car drama. And you have an interest that seems like it's outside, but you're performing it in a very online way. I feel like we've all moved into this chronically online space. So like, what do you want me to do about that? I don't think like sitting around and saying like, oh, arg, we're all being too parasocial and online. Well, we're clearly not going to stop. So what are we supposed to do about that? Someone said parents watching the news for hours. Literally, parents watching the news for hours is absolutely being chronically online. It really is. You might be watching it on TV, but literally, what is the difference? There's not one in my mind at all. It's just so interesting. And then even I myself, I feel like I have less of maybe no, I'm completely parasocial. At the end of the day, there are people, as much as I tell people not to do this, I literally have advised multiple times not to do this on stream. Do not take celebrities and tell yourself if they do something bad, I'm going to be disappointed. You're being too parasocial, but I do the same thing. I do the same thing. I maybe don't do it with a lot of celebrities. Some of you already know who I'm pulling up, and you're going to just, I know you are so tired of me talking about Haley Williams. Sorry. I've told this story before, but y'all don't know what it was like. You don't know what it was like just being a kid when Paramore was active. I don't know how to describe it. For many people, Paramore was pretty much the coolest band to ever. Haley Williams of Paramore was like the coolest human being to ever exist. As when I was a child, she certainly was. Every month, a new hair color, a new banger, her collaborating with random people, churches, Zed. What will she do next? God, I can sit here and pretend like I was in the stand, but that's what we call lying, and you shouldn't do that. I was absolutely a Haley Williams stan. Now I think I've shifted into a space where I'm worse. Because I still hold her in the same like space in terms of me appreciating her artistic output. But I also totally agree with like all of her personal stuff as well. I really, really like the causes that she stands up for and the things that she champions, the statements that she makes about various people. I low-key feel like she can't miss. But at the end of the day, I am being parasocial about Hayley Williams. And what I need you to know, chat, I'm not going to stop. It's not going to happen. I really had to sit with that. And I was like, dog, you got to take her off the pedestal. You have to be normal about this. And what I realized is in a world where more and more people reveal themselves to be heinous, it actually gets harder for me to stop being parasocial. I think I've had so many instances. You would think it would be the opposite. And more people coming out as awful people would lead me to finally learn my lesson and be like, okay, we're done. We're done being fans of people. I can't do it anymore. But I actually find myself really, really desperately holding on to hope that some people who I may not know may actually be decent humans. That's how I feel about a few people right now. And so I just can't blame people for their parasocial behavior. For me, it's not stemming from some dumb idea that she knows who I am or I would be anything more than a stream on an album or whatever. But like, I don't think it's that bad to want people to be who they seem to be. I don't know. I just don't think it's that bad. That's just me, though. What can I say? Someone said it's fine to be parasocial. It's not fine to turn that person into a fantasy and ignoring that person's boundaries. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the thing, too. Like, if I guess it's like you shouldn't be selfish about it. Maybe that's what it is. I don't think, despite my opinion of her, she owes me anything, is the thing. I do genuinely think she can and should continue to do whatever she wants. Doesn't really matter to me much. Yeah, I might be disappointed if certain things happen, but in my head, I guess I don't have a template for the things that she should be doing. And if she doesn't do those things, then I'm going to get mad or whatever. I feel like that's when parasociality starts getting really weird. I also don't think I know things about her that I don't, because I don't. I don't know anything about what she does in her personal life beyond what she's chosen to reveal in interviews and her music, and I don't care. I guess maybe that's another thing too. I don't need more than what I'm given. And I think people should become a lot more comfortable with that. You're going to be a lot happier. That for me is just because I'm also somebody who does not give people everything online because it's dangerous, first of all. And secondly, just really counterproductive and difficult. So I completely understand people just being private about some things. And I don't want to know anything if you're private about it. Keep it to yourself. To yourself. Those are lyrics from This Is Why by Paramore. That's a really great song. If you have, okay, sorry, I'm not gonna sing it. But anyways, you get my point. You get my point. Someone said, I catch myself being parasocial sometimes where I get really hype about certain people, but it also just makes me cringe. I think the thing is like, I fear we may have overcorrected. I don't know. I'm not a behavioral psychologist. I'm not a sociologist. I'm not somebody who knows what's healthy for me or not. But I feel like in our efforts to not be parasocial, sometimes it feels like me trying not to have emotions over things that are important to me. Point blank period. Someone made music and it meant something. It helped me. And I think the person who did that is great for what she did. I don't know. Like, I don't think it's a thing where I should never derive positive feelings from seeing people continue to thrive and feel like more good vibes could be on the way or whatever. So I guess you just have to be careful, low key. I don't know how to put that. It's so interesting. Someone said, I've listened to After Laughter so many times. It's my fave. That is obviously a great album. I feel like my favorite Paramore album is this a boring answer, chat? Tell me if this is boring. I hate to say this because it makes me sound like a fake fan, but I'm being straight up. Low key, low key, Paramore's latest album is my favorite. And it's not because I don't love me. It's not because I don't love me some Brand New Eyes. It's not because I don't love me some Paramore self-titled. It's mostly because I feel like there were themes on this one that were really interesting that I didn't get in their previous music. Maybe melodically, some of their other stuff goes harder to me. Like I literally love the song Conspiracy. Explain to me. Sorry. But I feel like thematically, I really rock with a lot of the things on the album This Is Why, because there's a lot of just like general dissatisfaction and uncertainty with the state of the world. It felt like a very timely album for me. So probably as time goes on, I might move it, I might shuffle it along, and I might move out of this headspace and rearrange my Paramore tier list or whatever. But yeah, for now, this is the one that I've been coming back to a lot. One thing that I like a lot is on this album, and maybe I've talked about this before, but it's the idea of what I call post sadness. Someone said Crave off of that album is elite. I'm low-key mad at you because I was literally about to bring up that song and you did it first. Post sadness is a term that I coined in my own head. I mean, I'm sure someone else said it. No, not really. Yeah, okay, great. So I'll tell you my definition of post sadness, my working definition. When you have, I don't know, something, when something's wrong with you, like in my case, major depression, you can move into a space that is different and better than where you were before, but it's not the same space that you were in beforehand. And I feel like this applies to a lot of things: grief, depression, anxiety, this, that, the other. So whereas I myself feel very, how to word this, I feel pretty far removed from when I was at my lowest, which at this point was several years ago, which I'm very happy about. But I feel like I shifted into the space that wasn't happiness, though. I shifted into a post sadness where maybe it's not me waking up every day and the worst things imaginable are going through my mind, but it's certainly not what I would want for myself fully. That's how I feel. And whenever anybody makes music or artwork or movies or literature about this feeling, I get very hype. When I was younger, I wanted things about being sad because that's all I knew. But now that I'm a little bit further beyond that, I learn a lot from people who used to be in horrible places, talking about how now they're just fine. We'll look at the lyrics of Crave and you'll see what I mean. That is such a good song, by the way. Now, obviously, these are just like song lyrics, so you could literally interpret them any kind of way that you want. But let's see. It's the part where she talks about, oh yeah. I romanticize even the worst of times when all it took to make me cry was being alive. Truthfully, one of the worst, most incisive lyrics in the song for me. All it took to make me cry is being alive. Been there, lasted a while. Look up and see a reflection of someone who never gave way to the pain. What if I told him now that I'm older, there isn't a moment that I'd want to change? I feel like this doesn't make any sense to a lot of people. And probably even if you maybe did experience like depression or whatever it was that was making you cry just because you were alive, I think a lot of people would happily say like, no, I would happily never have gone through that. I would rather just be happy. And I feel that way on some level. Kind of. But weirdly, chat, for as much as I fantasize about never having gone through anything bad, a part of me is kind of like, I don't know. I'm not glad it happened, but I feel like I don't know who I would be without it. And I'm comfortable enough with this person I am. I really, really, really am. That's how I feel a lot of times. And because I think the thing for me it made it so much easier to help other people. And I know that sounds twee or, you know, trite or whatever you want to say, but I do feel like because I just got my world rocked so many times and for so long, a lot of people rely on me now for stuff, and I don't mind it. I'm happy. People say like I'm chill about things and stuff like that, and yeah, it's mostly because I had to be for a very long time. But I like helping people sort through things or being considered to be a good listener or whatever. I would have liked it if I got to this point in my life without experiencing the things I did. That would have been dope. If I was just naturally, I don't know, not stupid enough to be the person I am now, who is maybe only slightly stupid, and I didn't have to learn these lessons in a pretty terrible way, I would prefer that. But for me, like, it was beneficial. I feel more stable. I feel more stable now. That's what it is right here, where she says like someone who never gave way to the pain. It's crazy to me that I went through all of that and I'm still here. It makes me feel like I will always be here for as long as I'm supposed to be. So yeah, no, I'm not happy that it happened, and I don't wish it on myself or anybody. But maybe I would do it again. maybe I would. I don't want to not be who I am. So that's why I'm saying these lyrics, their new album was really resonating with me. There's also Haley herself. I don't know Time Paramore. I don't know what her inspiration was for this song or whatever, but I'm telling you right now, she wrote an ADHD anthem. Wait, someone in chat said though I also hate the be happy because it made you XYZ. It's so annoying though. Yes. Don't ever let nobody tell you, oh, all the times where you cried were worth it because you can smile now. No. 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 Those times were not worth it. It was awful. It was terrible. It was the worst period of my life. I'm sorry, depression is not worth it for anything for me. Just giving my experience. I'm definitely not going to smile because it's over or whatever people say. Like, no. Anyways, sorry. I just have to validate you on that because I agree. I don't know what Haley's inspiration was for this one or whoever all wrote this, but she accidentally or intentionally wrote an ADHD anthem. She talked about this one. She was mostly just talking about time and her mismanagement of it, or you know, this, but I'm telling you right now, I co-opted this. I stole it from her. This is an ADHD anthem. Said I was going to take some flowers to my neighbor, but I ran out of time. Didn't want to show up to the party empty-handed, but I ran out of time. I said I'd walk the dog a little further than the driveway tonight, the extra mile. I thought I'd send a card with my condolences, but damn, I just ran out of time. Intentions only get you so far. What if I'm just a selfish prick? No regard. I'm always running out of time. Never mind, I hit the snooze on my alarm 20 times. I was just so tired. There was traffic, spilled my coffee, crashed my car. Otherwise, I would have been here on time. Dog, that's the one. That's the one. Actually, I have a lot of ADHD anthems because I just have to randomly decide that songs are those. That's how it be. That's how it be. Especially right here where it's like, wait, am I just a bad person? Maybe the disorder is just a manifestation of me not being able to care enough about the things that I should care about. It's what I think sometimes. It's very dangerous and it's not true. But yeah, I love this song. It's so good and it sounds so fun. Look, I showed up early for once. Now that's a new sensation. Literally, this is what my internal monologue sounds like. So you got that song, you got Crave, you got Big Man, Little Dignity. Oh, that song is so good. That song is so good. And I think I really like the song Thick Skull, the closer, because it's just so sad. I mean, I'll end this by reading the same lyric that I read the last time I talked about this album. I'm telling y'all, her songwriting is peaking. It's peaking right now. I'm going to butcher this in my reading. I'm not a poet. I'm not good at reading things with emotion, but listen. I am a magnet for broken pieces. I'm attracted to broken people. I pick them up and now my fingers are bleeding and it looks like my fault. And it looks like I'm caught red-handed. See, you could get me in a very parasocial mood. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not above anybody. You could get me in a very fanboy mood over something like this. Talking about, like, these lyrics are just too good for one such as I. I truly, 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 truly love the way that this album is written. It's very beautiful to me, and it's about some important things that I don't hear in like too many other places, you know? Someone said, thank you for your... Oh, I saw one and I liked it, but then it says someone said, thank you for the validation that ADHD is not just a lack of caring. Yeah, I think like probably everybody, there are very few things that I would say everybody struggles with if you have ADHD, because it can manifest in so many different ways. But I personally believe everybody who has ADHD has had to reckon with that really unfair idea of like, God, is it just me? That's how I felt a lot of times, because that's sadly what people will start telling you. You're not paying attention to your schoolwork, or you're not turning in good work, or you're not doing this, and they will frame it in a way where it seems like it's because this is what you want. Obviously, clearly, you want, and it was never what I wanted. Sometimes I think back about like me being in school, and I have the wrong idea of it. Sometimes I forget what actually happened. In my mind, I'm like, I started off good, and then my GPA just dropped and dropped because I wasn't turning in my work, and I was lying a lot in school. Any ADHDers here who struggled with the lying a little bit? I did. I think out of all of my toxic traits, that was the one that was becoming the most dangerous for me. I would just lie because I didn't know how to tell the truth. I didn't know. I could not say, I don't know how to do the thing that you asked me to do, and I'm not going to do it. So I would lie. And I would say like, oh, I did that. I forgot it. I'll go get it. It wasn't done. I wasn't going to do it. Oh, I didn't realize that it was like due now. I misread it. I thought it was due in a week. I was lying. I lied a lot. And it got really, really bad for me. Very, very unlivable, because then that was triggering my anxiety. That was triggering everything. I was depressed, and I was like, I am a bad person. I knew it. Everybody was right. I was like, everybody was right from jump. I am just lazy. I don't want to do anything, and I'm misleading everybody, and like everybody's pinning their hopes and dreams on me to like be the first to get this bachelor's degree in my family, and I'm over here like lying to my professors and trying to make deals with them and pleading them to pass me even though I didn't do the work. Yeah. Medication is really helpful. Therapy is really a useful thing. Coping mechanisms for those with disorders, and they're fantastic. So I've come a long way. I've grown a lot. But yeah, I had to. Oh God, it was so bad. It was so scary. I think that's the thing that people didn't realize, or I felt like nobody understood about me. It wasn't because I didn't care. It was because I was terrified. I wasn't saying these things because I didn't want to do them. I was so scared of being someone who didn't know how to do anything. Or I do know how to do things. There's a lot of frustration that I still have inside of me, because I'm just like, I was just so scared of everything and myself and what was going to happen to me in the future. And that's where it was coming from. It was never because I didn't care. It was never because I didn't care. Never, never, never. Of course I wanted to graduate on time. Of course I wanted people to be proud of me, and I wanted to do my work. I didn't want to drop off the dean's list. That was embarrassing. That was sad for me, because I was really proud of it. And then, womp, womp, womp. No matter how hard I tried, it went downhill. But yeah, that was me, like completely unmedicated, no therapy, no coping mechanisms, no nothing. And that was bad. So we've come a long way. Someone said, I feel like that right now. Well, I guess the main thing I want to say to anybody who feels like that right now was the main thing that I needed to hear at that time, which you're going to be okay even if you fail. And what is considered failure is probably not. What I didn't realize is me maybe not graduating on time and failing a bunch of classes wasn't failure. It wasn't going to kill me. I wasn't gonna die because of this. I was still going to have a life. I wasn't gonna end up in, I mean, it would have complicated things for me, sadly. But I think the thing is, like, we have the power and the ability and the resilience to get through things that are more difficult than they would be, even if we didn't have a disorder. That's how I feel. It sucks having ADHD and also not feeling strong enough to deal with this harder version of life. That's how I felt when I still feel that way sometimes, but like that's what I needed someone to tell me. Like, it's okay if you fail this class. Actually, I know that really sucks and you would prefer not to, and it's going to complicate things for you, but like almost killing yourself to try to conform to things without help. Nah. I don't know. No one like you can turn anything around, I guess. That's the thing I didn't realize. You already know ADHD and anxiety is a comorbidity. Wait, I need to make sure that I'm not wrong about that. ADHD, anxiety, comorbid. They're like all comorbid. ADHD, anxiety, and depression. Oh yeah, duh. Okay, yeah, anxiety disorders and depressive disorders, they all go together. So probably if you have ADHD, it's very likely that you also have an anxiety disorder. So sometimes you got to cut through that disorder and be like, I'm going to be safe even if I fail. I'm going to be safe. Even if you were going to be less safe, I would have been a lot less safe and secure, but you're not going to be put into a situation that you can't handle. You can do it. You are going to be okay. It's going to suck. God, it's going to suck really bad, but like, you're going to get through it. Not because life always works out. You are equipped to handle it. But don't worry if none of that's stuck and you are like, no, you'll know after the fact. For me, all of, the things that quote unquote help with like the depression and moving past it, it's only useful as a retroactive tool. That's it. I'm sorry. I'm here to tell you right now, none of the stay here now and we need you. Hey, none of that ever helped me. It helps me in retrospect when I think about the person that I was, and I'm like, I did stay here even though it was hard, and I got through that, and I am strong enough and I can do anything. But those are only thoughts that make sense when I'm not spiraling. In the moment, the only thing I need someone to tell me desperately, I just needed somebody to tell me I would be okay. I just needed somebody to agree with me about what I thought on a base level. I thought, don't I still deserve to live even if I fail? And the answer was yes. It was yes. Everything seemed like it was saying no. It seemed like I was going to run into some pretty big financial issues. It seemed like I was going to struggle with the job really bad. It seemed like I might even lose some of my support network. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I thought, surely I still deserve a life, even if I'm not succeeding. And the answer was yes. No one ever held my hand and told me that. No one told me that. And so I couldn't believe it. It was really hard to do, but I'm telling you that right now. I know it's difficult, but you actually deserve the easy version. You absolutely do. You deserve the easy version. So sorry that it's not there right now. You definitely can keep going one day at a time, but nothing remains constant. The only constant is change. But like, that is true. I can say it in a funny way. It's true. Situations will absolutely shift into a way where you can think more retroactively about the things you experience instead of trying to get through them 1 minute at a time. Because that, for me, that's the worst part about like all this disorder crap. That makes it sound like I don't believe in it, but I say crap because I was mostly experiencing it and it was very bad. it totally ruins my perception of time. Let me know if y'all experience this. The time, I don't think I've ever talked about this. Okay, maybe I have. Dude, it literally makes me feel like I'm losing, or like I'm living 1 second at a time. I think on a normal day when I'm not in the throes of a neurodevelopmental disorder or anxiety spiral or major depression, I don't really think about time that much. Or like the day ends and I'm like, wow, that day really flew. But in times when it gets really bad, it literally feels like I am living 1 minute at a time. So minute by minute is so true. It's like, okay, it's like, what time is it now? Right now for me, it's 3:23 p.m. It's literally like, how do I get to 3:24? And then you get there and then it's like, okay, how do I get to 3:25? Here is the great lie, the big lie about all of this. You would think that would mean this next part wasn't true. Simultaneously, your time starts disappearing. So you're I'm just talking about myself, but I've also asked other people about this. You're in this spiral where you're moving from minute to minute, but the issue is because all of your minutes are so similar, entire days, weeks, or sometimes months start becoming indistinguishable from each other. Literally indistinguishable from each other. I have had absolute, like, I can point to 3-month periods on the calendar where I'm like, I didn't experience that as 3 months. I didn't. I experienced that as a depressive spiral that could have lasted any amount of time from 3 days to 3 years. I don't know how much time passed. It doesn't matter. Time wasn't really passing. I was just existing on a minute-to-minute basis for an unspecified amount of time. Is how I feel sometimes. And yeah, I don't know. That's when it gets really tricky explaining to people who are fine and trying to make me feel better about like, oh, live. And I'm like, you're saying live, but I wasn't doing that anyway. I'm existing on a minute-to-minute basis for an unspecified amount of time. I just need to know that this time is finite because I can't keep doing this. That's how I felt. But yeah, again, time passed, situations changed, things got worse and they got better, and now I'm here and I feel a little bit more in control of it. But yeah, nah, dude, there's probably so many different disorders, disabilities where you could relate to this, but for me, ADHD and time, just it's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. I know that y'all relate to this. I absolutely know that y'all relate to this. This one's for my maybe neurotypical peeps out there. Y'all know how you will wake up in the morning and you're not ready to get up yet, but you think you are. It's like let's say you got up at 8 a.m. on a Sunday and you're like, oh yeah, early start. And so you look at your clock and you're like, okay, I'm going to get up in a second. And then like you kind of blink and it's 8:45. I think almost everyone has had that experience. You look at a clock and you're like, yeah, I'm going to wake up in a second. And then you don't realize that you fell asleep. So you didn't realize that 45 minutes passed and it kind of just seems like that time literally disappeared. Okay. Fun fact, that happens to me with ADHD a lot. Now, granted, I think that this can happen to all human beings, regardless of whether you're neurodivergent or not. Obviously, we all have our little times where we started something and then time gets away from us. And it's like, whoa, what do you mean it's been 45 minutes? Yeah. But imagine that happening multiple times a day while you're completely awake and in your mind, not even distracted. Because that was happening to me a lot. It was like, oh, I'm picking up my phone right now. I see that it's 3:27. I'm here to do one thing. And then one thing leads to another. It's 9. It's 9 p.m. It's 9. Chat, sometimes I sit still for anywhere from 30 minutes to 4+ hours unintentionally without eating, drinking, or thinking about anything other than what I'm doing in the moment. It's bad. That's a really big jump. I've certainly had a 3 to 9 laps. For me, usually they're a lot shorter than that though. But you have to be careful. You have to be careful. It's bad too when I'm working on a long-term project as well. And I have, let's say I'm making a video. Look right here, right here. Pretend all of this about asexuality and Hayley Williams and Paramore's album This Is Why and the concept of post-sadness and adult ADHD was all part of one video, which I might argue would probably be the greatest video of all time. Let me show you a very common ADHD trap I fall into. I'm using the song Thick Skull for this video, but you know what? Maybe there's another Paramore song on this album that I can use instead, right? Maybe I'll use Run Out of Time. That might make more sense. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do for you. I'm gonna fast forward 2 hours and 37 minutes and tell you where I'm gonna be. Just wait. Give me a second. We're skipping two and a half hours, so you know it's gonna take a while right now. Why is he on the Wikipedia page for atomic, molecular, and optical physics? What is he doing? What does this have to do with anything? You were trying to choose song lyrics from an album that only has 10 songs, and now you're 20 Wikipedia pages deep into something that doesn't matter at all. Dog, it happens all the time. I will literally be intentionally setting out with one task in mind. And I'm like, I am only here to do this one thing. But then I think I'm over here and these lyrics, and I'm just kind of like, oh, I don't know. I'm kind of caught between these two tracks. And then it's kind of like, well, you know what? Maybe I should see Hayley on Running Out of Time. Maybe I should see what Hayley Williams said about this. And I'm over here in this comment section and I'm trying to do my job. I'm watching this Genius interview and I'm like, oh yeah, she said that. And then over here in the comments, somebody mentions this one thing and I'm like, oh, I didn't even remember that. And so I'm over here. It all kind of registers as working in my brain. I think I'm fairly bad at IDing when I've lost the plot in an unstructured environment like that. Now on stream, I feel like I'm pretty good at it. Notice, by the way, I have almost never run out of time on stream while discussing a topic. It has happened one time, but to be fair, that was an off day out of 50 streams. Why? Because like I go beforehand, excuse me, and I select all the links that we're going to go over. And I mostly stick to the script. That is why. If I don't do that, for me, any sort of internet exploration, anything just turns into that. And so now I could tell you all about the very tenuous link between Paramore's album This Is Why and astrophysics that I bet you didn't know. But does that help me turn in a video on time? No. Not really. Womp womp womp. Oh, also speaking of videos on time, I have an announcement about sponsors, which I'm really happy to share with you. I am canceling 3 contracts simultaneously. This is bad business practice. This is not good. I also shouldn't admit to this, but chat, I've been in a really weird spot with sponsors lately. We all know that I'm in a weird spot with sponsors because I talk about them a lot and I get mad at them and about them. It does help a lot to do them though, which is why I do them, because I'm funded by advertising, whether I like it or not. And yeah, I was trying to be a better business person. I had literally 3 different deals going simultaneously, ranging from okay to like iffy if I think about it too hard. And I kind of came to the conclusion that like these brands suck. I'm sorry. Listen, I can't say who the brands are, or I can. I just don't think it's smart. when I'm not the only person involved in this, and a lot of other people help me with sponsors, because you as an individual creator are working with agencies and other people. So I don't want to be disrespectful. But I will just say, I realized I was doing all of this for a brand that was mid. And there was really no point for that. Dog, where have all the good sponsors gone? Where have the good sponsors gone? I've noticed an uptick of like really big creators sometimes taking sponsorships that are just frankly terrible. Just terrible. Terrible. Even people you would never expect it from. Or that I would never expect it from, because again, we're being parasocial. And I was like, I realized I was 100% intentionally playing into this really slippery slope of like, oh, I do this one sponsor and like I don't maybe love the idea of promoting this, but they are paying me. This is probably the exact kind of mindset that leads you to doing some sort of BetterHelp nonsense later on, because you lost the plot so hard because you kept turning your brain off every time. And so yeah, I realized like, I think this is a dangerous game, and I'm going to be really, really picky. I'm going to try to be a little bit pickier. Someone said just straight up scams and gambling. Yeah, here, I'll tell you what was wrong with each of the sponsors, and then you can let me know, or just, I'll tell you what was wrong. I can't name the sponsors because it just doesn't matter, but listen. Sponsor number one, the company was fine. The product seemed to do what it said it did. I didn't see too much complaint about the product itself. I do some research, and the company is owned by a transphobic billionaire. Okay, won't. No. And also, probably if I follow the actual money for any of these sponsors, likely I'm going to wind up finding some sort of billionaire, obviously, but in this specific case, it was way too easy for me to link me promoting this sponsor directly to putting money in the pockets of a transphobic billionaire. So I was like, dog, this is weird. Let's just not do this one anymore. So even after I signed the contract and I'm like, yes, I'm going to do this for you, I of course found this information out after the fact. I was like, actually, I just lied and wasted all of your time. I'm not promoting anything, so don't pay me. Bye. The second product was actually seemingly fine. Once again, the product was okay. I didn't see anybody saying like, oh, this product sucks. Oh, I hate this. It doesn't work. The issue was it was a subscription service, and I saw many people saying, God, this is so hard to cancel. Or their customer service is just terrible. I just really hate how difficult it is to cancel this. They gave me so much trouble. I had to go and leave a complaint with the Better Business Bureau just to get them to cancel this. And I thought back to times in my life where I have been trapped in really awful predatory anti-cancellation practices from companies. And I was just like, even if the product works, on the off chance that somebody signs up for this because I recommended it, even though like the product might work, but then they later decide that they want to cancel and they're having a hard time over this, and I knew that could happen, that just sucks. So similarly, I reached out to that one. I was like, hey, I had a deal in June with you guys too, but actually we're not doing that. So bye. And then the third product, the issue that I ran into, this one sucks really bad. After I agreed to promote them, because I agreed fundamentally with what they were doing and I thought it was a helpful thing for people, they said, great, here's the process. Read our talking points, sign the agreement, and then we'll also just do like a demonstration and we'll show you exactly what this is so that you can tell your audience what to expect. So everything was looking great. I was like, this is a cool company. This is great. So I sit for the demonstration and I'm fine. I'm talking to a human being about what they're doing. And they're like, yeah. And then they get to a point and they pull up Claude or ChatGPT or Gemini or some sort of AI assistant. And they're like, okay, great. So what we do is we take the things that you told us and we run it through our system. It's AI. I'm going to fix it for you. And then this person who was actually licensed to do the thing that I was actually talking to them about was able to use their human brain and fix the slop that the AI had generated. And I was like, of course, I was nice to this person because they were obviously being forced to use AI, Gen AI in their job. But I was thinking to myself, like, I don't think this is a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea for me to take the sponsorship and then be like, yeah, guys, you should go try this service. And then you go try this and the exact same thing happens to you and you get blindsided with surprise Claude GPT generating stuff for you. And I was just like, dog. So we got like AI nonsense. We got transphobic billionaires lurking behind the scenes profiting off of things. We have predatory subscription service stuff going on. It's like layers of research that you have to do beyond just the product itself seeming okay. And I've been trying to do that with sponsors. And it's unfortunately, or fortunately, resulted in me saying no to way more things than I have been able to say yes to. But I'm just going to hold fast. I'm going to hold fast. You are all doing a great job of watching the videos, which I'm very grateful for. So the good news is everybody is obsessed with us. They just want to be us so badly. So there's definitely no shortage of sponsors. But yeah, if you want me to promote your stuff, maybe try being a less crappy product. I don't know what to tell you at this point. It's very much a you problem, not a me problem. At all brands is how I feel. That's how I feel. But yeah, yikes. Yikes to all. Someone said Patreon is also a great idea, but that requires extra content. Yeah, I personally do not feel like Patreon is a good fit for me because I am very bad at turning things in on the deadline. And I absolutely, secretly, I believe that Patreon would be the first time I get in the scandal that is like career ruining. I think for me, no controversy I've been in, whether it was my fault, which has been multiple times, or not my fault, which has been multiple times, none of that actually affected anything to the point where I can't do my job very well or people completely lost trust in what I was saying. But, excuse me, sorry, I'm struggling. I believe that if I was to launch a Patreon, what would happen is I would lie to myself and say, you can do very simple goals like an extra video a week or something like that. And I would deliver it well on time because the fear would propel me to do this. But then I would slip into a space where I find it very difficult to reach this workload. Maybe I have a bad week or something like that. And then I know what would happen. I'm telling you what would happen. It would turn into a problem where I say that people are going to get something on Patreon and then they pay me for it and then they don't get it. And all that gets reduced to is like, wasn't D'Angelo the one who scammed people on Patreon? And then it's just over for me. It's literally over. I personally would never fault somebody for missing something once or whatever, but I just feel like the amount of times that I myself have literally called out people for not delivering things that it seems like they were promising, I can't put myself in that position. I'm never going to do that. Someone said ADHD and Patreon low-key don't mix. They absolutely do not mix. No, they do not. I agree with you. So no, there will never be an opportunity for you to pay me to get extra things. And let me actually tell you this. If you ever do see an opportunity for you to pay me and get extra content, I need you to know that I'm being manic. Just ignore that. I'm really good at keeping that offline. Actually, I'm proud to say there's never been any instances of my ADHD overenthusiasm online. Oh no, maybe there has been, but I've mostly kept it reeled in where nobody has felt like misled or overly excited about things that were not happening, even though there has been some things that haven't happening, but I didn't happen. I purposely didn't tell anybody what they were. But yeah, I get those periods where sometimes I become delusional and I say that I can do anything. I can do anything. I can upload twice a day, every day. I'm going to put out 14 videos this week. I actually literally to this day have periods where I'm just like, neurodevelopmental disorder. No, I can do anything I set my mind to. And I literally start creating plans where I'm like, this is so easy. I took a vacation, but I'm going to make back every single video that I didn't post. We're going to post them all in June. We could probably book with 10 different sponsors this month because I'm going to put up so many videos. I bet I could. I do this a lot. I fantasize, and it's like the opposite of catastrophizing, where I just start making up a reality in which I'm Superman and can do anything. And it's times like those when I get really great ideas, like let's go, let's tell everybody that I'm launching a Patreon. I'm so excited. That's not real. That's me being, I hate to say it, well, ill. So yeah, I'm very careful to keep people's expectations tempered, because that is dangerous, dog. Someone said mood, and then I get 0 of those things done. Yeah, exactly. Like, absolutely not. It's so bad. I hate when that happens, because I also can't identify it very easily. I think I'm just being, I don't know. I don't think I'm being anything. And then I realize after the fact, what am I doing? Why did I call everybody I know and tell them that I was about to do this? What? Why didn't I just publicly commit to something that I know I can't do? I think it's a thing for me where I will try to trick myself into being able to do things by telling other people that they're happening. I've done that, unfortunately, in the past quite a bit. I used to be a lot worse about it, where, yeah, I'd be like, okay, I know that I obviously cannot put out this video on time for the brand or for what people are expecting on a monthly schedule or for myself. So I know what's going to help me. I'm going to tell everybody that I will put it out in time. So then I message the brand and I'm like, everything's going really great, actually. And I make a community post and I'm like, guys, I'm so excited. The video is coming out next week. And I tell myself, like, yeah, I'm finishing on time. I tell everybody in my life, like, hey, y'all might not hear me because this next week I'm going to be really busy, like, finishing this video on time. And then I sit back down, still completely as dysfunctional, executively speaking. And I'm like, what have I done? Why did I do that? Why? Someone said, yes, I used to think telling people would motivate me to do things. Most of the time, no. Yeah, no, it's so bad. I realize, like, chat, frankly, I say this, like, not to compare things. There's a lot of things that you can do that are harmful to yourself. I think when we think about, like, self-harming behavior, obviously we think about the most obvious things that are physical a lot of times, and very, you know, there's specific things that come to people's minds, and that's not what I'm talking about when I use the phrase things that are harmful to yourself. There is a lot of smaller and non-physical ways in which you can behave that are just, they're hurting you pretty bad, and you kind of know this by doing them, and you're doing them regardless. It's not because you want to do these things. It's certainly never why I did anything that I knew was actually going to wind up hurting me pretty awfully in the long run. But yeah, no, like those like little mentally, like, oh, this is going to be really bad for me. I'm going to do it anyway on the off chance that maybe it makes things better this time. Bad news, chat. Reading chat. Someone said it's hard to recognize and break patterns of behavior. It definitely is. Someone said, if I recall, D'Angelo's already expressed his thoughts on Tom Scott coming back on the past live stream. TLDR, he was quite elated Tom Scott was back. Yeah, I didn't see what you're responding to, but if someone's asking what I think about Tom Scott being back, I'm so hype. Truly, Tom Scott is like the blueprint. Tom Scott is like the blueprint. Yeah, such a cool person. So many great videos. That track record is crazy, dude. Someone says self-disruptive behavior is super common with ADHD. Yeah, it's not good. It is not good. But anyways, Someone said with ADHD, we talk a lot about substance abuse, but we also should talk about the delulu we have in trusting our brain when it's been lying to us all the time. Yeah. Yeah. Has anybody ever said the phrase to another person or to yourself? That was the ADHD talking. Now that I'm older, it's easier for me to do because I've been in this ridiculous body for 27 years now. And much of that has been me consciously aware that there's clearly something wrong with the way I was thinking about things. And so every now and then I do hear it. I hear it. And I'm like, brother, that's not me. That's the ADHD talking. I might literally think to myself, okay, here's my plan for the day. Wake up and I'll break up the day into like 12 blocks of time that all coincide with each other perfectly and leave no room whatsoever for breaks. And then I'm like, I'll delete that note off of my phone. I'll be like, never mind, that was the ADHD talking. We're not doing all of that. We're probably not doing any of that. That's not real. A lot of my thoughts are not real. Also, back to the comorbidity, I also get sometimes the anxiety talks and the depression talks. I'm sorry, chat. If I sound like crazy or like I'm being ridiculous or playing this up, I swear to God, I'm not playing this up. There are a lot of people in chat who know exactly what I'm talking about. Sometimes I know which one it is talking at any given time. If it's not going to be the great ADHD, every now and then it's a little bit of anxiety that's talking. And that's the one that's saying like, oh, hey, you know, your life is going to fall apart if this one minor thing goes wrong. And I will interpret that as my own thought. And I'll be like, never mind, that was anxiety. What are we talking about? That's not real. Depression. Hey, you know, you're like the worst person deep down and everyone's going to find out that about you one day. And I'm like, oh no. And I'm like, wait, never mind. What? That's not real. So I agree. I wish more people would talk about separating between the delulu, the delulu voices that reside within you. They're in your heart. They're within me. They tell you when you're a kid, a little Christian kid, they're like, you got to accept Jesus into my heart. I don't think it was Jesus, actually, that took hold in my heart. I think it was delusion. I made a mistake when I was 4 and everyone around me was like, you got to open your heart to Jesus. So I did what they said. I said the prayer, I said the thing, and I sat there. And for one brief moment, I was completely open to whatever it was that the universe wanted to give me. I thought it was going to be the Holy Spirit, but actually it was delusion and disorder. So I made a mistake a long time ago, and that's what's resided within my heart ever since. Jesus is just an interesting historical figure to me at this point. I can't believe I got duped. Happens. It happens. Just kidding. Sorry, I have to make these jokes. Otherwise, how am I supposed to rationalize my childhood? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Reading chat. Someone says it always goes back to being 4. It, for me, always goes back to being 4. Why? Because that was the first time I realized I was a person and it was a mistake. I shouldn't have done it. It was the first time I became conscious of myself as an entity with agency or the lack thereof. And I was like, when people say D'Angelo, because that's my real name, that's what people call me in real life, they're talking about this. And I started thinking about this, and I'm like, and this is me. But a lot of times when people say D'Angelo, they're referring to something I did, not me. And it's been all downhill ever since. It never got squared away. Womp, womp. Painful. So fun, though. Someone said I would have been burned at the stake for having demons inside me. Yeah, but it's just more fun that way. Just kidding. No, it's not. But what is it? It's more interesting that way for sure. Someone said it's the way the therapist is writing once the childhood talks start. They literally are waiting to draw it all back to something that happened to you when you were a child. And in my case, they're always right. They are always correct about this. Someone said, I don't even remember most of my childhood. I have a friend who does not have memories from until like they were 12. I happen to know that's not like good. This is not a secret. They will tell this to other people, but yeah, I think how much of your childhood you remember is so context dependent on what was happening during that childhood. So I think the larger extreme is my one friend who they were just like, oh no, anytime before I was 12, anything could have happened. And I'm just like, oh, for me personally, I have the opposite problem, where I remember my earliest memory, I was literally like 2 or younger. I feel like I was 2 though. Or how old would you be in like one of those playpen things? Do y'all know what that is? Hold on, I'm gonna pull that up. Like playpen for babies. Okay, yeah. I completely remember being in one of these. I don't remember every single day that I was in this, obviously, but like, if you asked me like, oh, D'Angelo, what happened in those couple weeks you were not posting on YouTube? I remember what was happening. I was doing a bunch of stuff, talking to brands. I went to the beach. I was running. I was doing all kinds of stuff. If you ask me, D'Angelo, what happened at the beginning of the stream? I remember. I came back and I said I was excited to be off of my break. I remember those things. Simultaneously, I literally remember being in here. I remember being placed in here. It wasn't just me. I don't remember if like maybe I was at somebody's house or whatever, but yeah, there was another little baby right there, and that lives within my memory bank the same way anything else that's ever happened to me. So I have memories going all the way back to when I was like 2, but I don't remember most of my days there. But I think ever since I was 4, 3 or 4, there was not much of my childhood that I don't remember. I remember almost all of it. In my opinion, I'm sure obviously you could point to some things and I'd be like, whoa, did that really happen? But I kind of feel like for me, this is just my opinion. Someone said my partner says he remembers being a toddler, and that's wild to me. Yeah, I remember being a toddler. I feel like it's a little bit of hypervigilance in my specific case. That's just me. Maybe I'm wrong. But I feel like I'm always on. I always have been. I remember being this way when I was like very young, of just having to think of like, what is going on? I need to know who all is here, what is expected of me, etc. I feel like I've always been very alert, low-key. And that's why I remember a lot of my childhood, because a lot of it was very much spent of just like, it's easy to remember things when you're cataloging everything to make sure that nothing will ever bad happen again. So that's my experience personally. But yeah, you could be anything. If you tell me you don't remember anything from before you were like literally almost a teenager, I believe you. If you tell me you literally remember being a toddler, I also believe you, because I strongly remember that. There's also some things that like I don't remember them. I just know that they happened to me because other people told me that, but that's not the same thing. I really do have memories from 25 years ago, and I'm only 27. Someone said a lot of masking too, because you have to learn what social cues are. Oh my gosh, yeah, no, dog, don't get me started, man. Don't get me started. Reading chat. Someone said, before I went no contact with my mother, I recalled exact moments and conversations as a baby, and my mother was like, how do you know that? Okay, well, let me ask you this. Even though I already know the answer to this, and I'm very sorry. Was it because your reality was being actively distorted around you that you got really good at remembering everything? Is that why? Because you were interacting with someone who may have been actually intentionally trying to destabilize your sanity? That'll get you real good at remembering things. You'll be like, oh, well, no, actually, I remember exactly how this conversation went, and then you could recall it word for word. Because if you don't do that, then you essentially have only the wacky version of reality that's being presented to you. And you're like, that's not what happened, though. I lived through that mere days ago. Uh-oh. So that's fun. That's really fun. And if you had that in your house as a child, you may have a great memory, or you may have not a great memory. No matter what happens, you're going to have a very special and unique relationship to remembering things, in my experience. Someone said, why are you attacking me? Sorry. Look, somebody's got to speak up for all the people out there who had childhoods that were just, shall we say, interesting? That's how I would describe mine. It was very interesting. It was a time. It was definitely a time. Yes. It was a time. Someone said this made me cry. Chill, I'm holding close. I am sorry. I am sorry if it was triggering. Like, I feel like it's the things that people like don't talk about that are way too specific that get triggering the most for me. Like general ideas of like, oh, some people have childhoods and they're hard. I'm like, yeah, I know. But yeah, when people start getting really specific about what exactly was happening, that's when I start freaking out. But I will tell you this though. You're here now. You're here now. Right now, right here, right now is where you are currently. And that might not be the best place, but it's certainly not where you were then. That's the only thing that grounds me, is just like, I am here now in the space that is safe. I am okay. But yeah, no, I have so much, I just have nothing but empathy for, I don't know. It's just hard. It's just hard, like when people don't understand what you mean, and all you can do is allude to it or joke about it in ways that other people would understand if they experienced it. But like the levels, man, the levels. It's all just really scary. So I was about to trauma dump, but no, because it's Tuesday afternoon. It's very much just a Tuesday afternoon. Like we can keep it chill. It's all chill for real. I think the thing is, we all got past our childhoods. Mostly, I would assume we're adults here. And if not, just wait. You will certainly at one point be an adult who also at least made it out of that age range. That's my only achievement. You know how you play video games, and if you're playing them on the console, you can get achievements? Do y'all know what that is? Like, hold on. Like, PlayStation achievements. I'll show y'all what I mean. Yeah, okay. So a lot of times when you play a game, if you're a gamer, you know this, and you're like, dog, why are you explaining this? People may not know this. You get what are called trophies or achievements or whatever. Like if you're playing Persona 5, great game. You could get the search for power if during your playthrough you quote unquote change the cognition of mementos. If you watch the ending, you get the achievement, the path chosen, right? If you max out all of your social stats during your playthrough, you're going to get pure perfection. Not too many people have that. It's silver, right? You get these gold ones, you can get platinum, etc. I feel like for me, I played the game that was my childhood, and I only got one achievement. I turned some age at which I was an adult. It wasn't 18, by the way. I think it happened a lot after that. I turned some specific age, and I got the little notification in the top right. That's not the right. I got the little notification in the top right of the screen, and it was like, flung, and it was like, you survived. And I was like, I didn't know this game had achievements. And then I start looking at the achievement list. Some of the achievements that other people have unlocked during their childhood playthroughs. And I'm like, wait, they have achievements for you're mentally stable? I didn't unlock that one. Wait, I have a fully coherent sense of self? How are you supposed to unlock that on your childhood playthrough? And I see there's like 499 other achievements during childhood that for some reason nobody told me were a thing that could happen to me. So that's fun. But you know what? No one will take away that one achievement I got. I grinded for that for a long time. I grinded for that for a long time. A lot of days. Do you hear me? Look, let's just say I turned into an adult when I was 18, even though that's not what happened. I grinded for that one for 6,570 days. So even when I start talking bad about myself, I'll never let myself take away that one achievement. What else did I do for 6,570 days, even though it was really hard? Also, we can extend this. How old am I? I think I'm 27.7 currently. What else have I? Oh, I've been alive for 10,000 days. Yo, achievement unlocked. That's a lot, actually. It must have happened at some point. It must have happened at some point this year. I didn't actually realize it. I haven't checked how many days I've been alive in a while, which is good. How many days in 27 years? Oh yeah, I was right on the cusp. Yeah. And I'm turning 28 really soon. That's awesome. That's great. 10,000 days of grinding in this absolutely rigged garbage game with terrible mechanics, the worst other players imaginable, outside of the few people I have had to like search high and low to find who are not horrible. The design is awful. Nobody likes any of the levels. I spawned in one of the worst locations. I was not given any gear, and yet I logged in 10,000 times actually. So I don't care if it's only just the one achievement. It took a long time to get. For real. For real. Like, dog, it's a big deal. Y'all don't realize how big of a deal it is. I've never said, or maybe I did. I don't know. Like, I don't wanna spook y'all. I don't wanna freak y'all out. Please don't be scared when I say this. Don't think less of me, please. But I'm just gonna say it. There's like this super morbid thing called the 27 Club. And it really sucks, actually. 27 is a terrible age to, well, it's a terrible age in general, but it's a terrible age to die, obviously. And it's just kind of a weird coincidence that a lot of people unfortunately have passed away at this age. Everyone from like Amy Winehouse to I'm trying to think, like, how old was Kurt Cobain? Maybe I'm wrong about this. I swear he was also kind of here too. Yeah, Kurt Cobain, Amy Winehouse, all these people. It's really morbid and it's a terrible thing. And frankly, not this year, because I've actually done a lot of work, and I tried really hard to not think about myself this way. But in my early 20s, actually when I was at some of the highest highs I was having on YouTube, and I just didn't understand how exactly any of this was supposed to keep happening. I just started kind of thinking, like, you know what? I don't have to do this forever. The sad thing is, I'm completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Like, I might have made a couple of MP4 files that some people pressed the like button for, but I didn't really contribute anything. And so I was thinking to myself, like, when I die at 27, no one's even going to add me to the Wikipedia page. No one's going to realize like what I did. That's what I thought was going to happen. I was just like, well, that sucks. Joining the club and you didn't even do anything with your life is what I thought. And I was so sad about it because I knew for sure I didn't have anything to offer beyond this point. What was there going to be? I had no options. I had nothing. And so I just had no imagination of what my life was supposed to be beyond this point. And then, of course, I turned 27, and I think to myself, like, well, change of plans. I have no intention of dying this year. I'm not doing it. No, it's not happening. But I was like, well, what am I supposed to do? Like, not that, like, I think I was just shocked by how different 27 feels now that I'm here than what I thought it was going to feel like when I was a bit younger. Because it was just a no man's land. It was just nothing for me. Like, 28 wasn't a real number. I don't know. Like, I just feel like hold on, let me see if I can find it. I don't want to sound like goofy or like I'm just joking around or memeing or whatever, but like I started low key trying to think about 28. This is me in 2023. I had let go of this idea. Of 27 just being the end of all things, and I was like, I can't do that. I don't think that's right, but I don't know what 28 means. And I literally started I just started thinking about this number really, really, really hard and trying to remind myself of this number and make it a real period of time. 28 years. You can survive that. I was like, my mom's older than 28. I would hope so. I know people who are older than 28. So many of my friends, now that I'm 27, are totally in their 30s. So many people who have helped me are... This is a real age, and it does mean something. I guess maybe I'll have something to say at this point. And so I didn't even realize how effective it's been. But over just the past few years, me slowly talking myself out of the idea of just not having anything to give beyond this point, it actually kind of worked. And now that I'm 27.7 years old, 10,000 days in the game and going in 28, I feel like I'll finally be fine. I just feel like there's nothing. That was the last one, because that was the thing for me. A lot of y'all don't know. I kept pushing it back. I was like, at first it was 18. And then I was like, oh no, I'm 18. This isn't going to work. I'm in college. I have assignments. I can't kill myself. So I did my assignments. And then I pick another number and I'm like, oh, okay. But my last recourse was honestly 27. And I'm just like, that's the last one. But I don't know. I won. The part of me that actually stubbornly wants to stay here won. And I'm proud to announce I don't have another number anymore. I'm not pushing it back. I can't believe I'm saying that. I know that this might have sounded like the saddest way for me to say that I'm happy, but this is kind of what I was talking about when I was mentioning post-sadness earlier. Happiness isn't something I'm ever going to be, but this is actually a really, really big win. I think I'm just going to quietly move out of 27 into 28, and then there's not going to be another number. I'm not picking one. I'm kind of tired of this. I think I'll be fine. It's very scary. It's very scary to be... I think it's very scary. I don't know what to say, but I'm not going to live my life anymore. I haven't been living this way for the past few years. I'm not living like there's this big end clock that's just going to make everything easier for me. Nah, I'm good. So when I turn 28 and I turn up and I get too turnt and I get real annoying about my birthday, just know I definitely earned that one because I'm all out of numbers. I'm all out of it, dude. It's done. It's done. Someone said I want to be 111. 111 is a valid age. Yeah, that maybe I'll pick some big old target like that. But yeah, no, like it just took so long though. Why did it take 25 years? That's what I want to know. Why did it take a quarter of a century for me to be somewhat okay? I don't know. But we here. Someone said, I was so surprised I made past 18. Yeah, no, like this The timeline is bothering me, but I'm making more and more peace with it as time goes on. I'm a little bit more okay with the fact that it has taken 25, 6, or 7 years to be somewhat okay. When I was 18, flashing back, right? Imagine me being 18 and you're telling me, well, D'Angelo, you're kind of going to have to turn 25 first before any of this is somewhat okay. I would have been like, what? What? I thought this was maybe going to be okay in the next couple of years. What do you mean 25? But now that I'm here, I kind of realize it's been a long time, but it also hasn't been that much long time. It hasn't been that long of a time. You know what the thing I'm going to do with my life? I'm actually very determined to do this. I'm going to live the entire thing again. I wish more people talked about what it's like when you live past your own set expiration date. It's very surreal. Look, I don't usually show off my tattoos and be like, oh, look, I have a meaning, guys. It's super deep. But, that knuckle tattoo right there, it's one of the only tattoos I have that actually means something. I have a lot of them, and most of them are just goofy, but S-T-E-T, stet. What does stet mean? To direct retention of a word or passage previously ordered to be deleted or omitted from a manuscript or printer's proof by annotating, usually with the word stet. Or to put that in normal people language, it just means let it stand. We said that we were going to delete it, but you know what? Let's just let it stand. It's Latin for let it stand. And I was like, I think I kind of realized at this point, I was like, dog, the tattoo was forever. This is not coming off of my fingers. I mean, it may. Finger tats are notoriously finicky, but it's been there for a little while. And if it fades, I'm going to get it tatted there again. I unmarked myself for deletion. That's what I did. I consciously chose actually to, I don't know. I'm just going to stay here. I'm staying here. I'm staying here. Deal with it. I'm the one who has to deal with it. It's like, who exactly am I like getting one over on? But yeah, it's a big deal, dog. That's what I mean about this post-sadness stuff. It ain't exactly like you playing the same game as everyone else, like you're just happy now. It's more so like you got to do a series of very conscious moves to function. Someone said it's so awesome. I feel like it is. I really do. Like, I prefer it this way. And I'm going to live my entire life again. All of it. What am I, 27? Okay. I'm going to go up all the way up to 54. And then, if I'm lucky, maybe I can do it again. Who knows? But yeah, I didn't lose anything. That's the craziest thing. I didn't lose anything. Isn't that wild? I lost nothing. Everything went wrong. It was all really bad. I did some terrible things and I experienced some terrible things, and I thought all the time that I was going to be left with nothing, but actually I lost nothing. I have as much time as I have left, and I'm going to do with it whatever I want. I could turn 30 and start a completely new career. I could go back to school. I could do another job. I don't know. I got very fortunate. I got very lucky. So anyways, that's all I've got to say. Someone said I'm going to steal that idea. You could steal any of my ideas, tattoos, nothing. None of that's trademarked. Bye, everybody. I am so happy for this. I didn't think it was going to get all real at the end, but hey, fair, I guess. Take care, and I will be back here on Thursday. I don't know what we're going to be talking about. Maybe I'll have the D'Amelio video done. Maybe it'll be a goofy one, but yeah, excited.